as we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the pettyexpress. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the pettyexpress. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, you guys, you knew that we were going to watch this because this is a level of train wreck that hitherto has only been speculated about near pet cemeteries and like hellmouth nexuses in, well, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I can only say, what a great day to be an American. I. Afroman defending the First Amendment. It, what more can I say? It has been amazing to watch this. I was in the midst of a semi-wonderful, well, wonderful if you're into pain, and surprisingly, as much as I'm a masochist, not as into pain as CRPS. Well, you know what? That does bring a conundrum. If a masochist, like a real pain slut, got CRPS, would it make them super happy? If so, we can see about donations. I'm willing to invest in science for this. As you can tell, yes, I am a little squirrelier today than normal, which is irritating because it is honestly gorgeous outside, and my leg is still like, "You is an inside cat." But welcome, everyone. And if you are on Twitter, if I have not followed you back, it's not because I don't like you. It is legitimately because I forget to look at the follow back dummy reminder list. So I am going through and trying to follow people. I had no idea that this list existed, and I didn't realize I was supposed to follow everyone back. So blanket apology. I am not snooty. I'm not a mean girl. I am simply inept. So if you worried that I had been offended by you for some reason, no, I just don't know how to work Twitter. But I figured I should get that out there. Any hoozle, let's get into this and see why, Bartle or James decided to get off the porch to, bother us about these police officers' feelings. I still cannot get over how much the judge looks like Mr. Hand. I keep waiting for Spicoli to walk in.
Posts, Mr. Foreman knew they were untrue. And that's the actual malice that you heard about. He doesn't have to hate people. He doesn't have to anything else. If he knows they weren't true, that's actual malice. For public officials, he can't do that, and he did. Now, these deputies asked the defendant years ago to stop these posts, to take them down. He didn't. He ramped them up.
Y'all, if Duncan Hines doesn't come out with an Afroman lemon pound cake, hell, you know what? Afroman, legitimately, if you come out with your own lemon pound cake mix, I will make it, because legitimately, like, I'm not a police officer, but that lemon pound cake looked good. So I would capitalize on this moment and share your mama's pound cake with us. You don't have to give us the recipe, but I'm just saying, I have been wanting lemon pound cake all week, and I don't really like lemon all that much. The power of hypnotic suggestion.
Freedom of speech. I can say what I want. Worse and worse. You'll see what they are before the trial's over. Now, I'm going to ask you to come back with me to the summer of 2022. Adams County.
Do, 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 do. I love how he's like, take a walk with me. I almost wish he had had sound effects like, doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. Take a walk back with me. I mean, again, he is playing this like Afroman legitimately did something other than say hurty words.
Here in West Union, here in this courthouse, the sheriff's office downstairs. There's a group of deputy sheriffs, several of them. A lot of them were raised here in Adams County, lived almost all their lives here. A lot of them have had their whole law enforcement careers here in Adams County. Some of them left Adams County for.
Some of them aren't related. Some, hell, even married out of their family reunions. Heathens. We call those weirdos. No, I'm just kidding.
A while, but came back home here to be with the people that they know and know them. Some of them could have gone to the city of Cincinnati or Columbus or somewhere else and made more money, but they stayed. Justin Cooley beside him.
Again, y'all, someone's going to have to explain this to me because I need you to understand what I am seeing here. People first saw these people. They noted the closeness of their eyes and the forehead slopes. And they still thought, you know what? They can pass a Scantron test. And not only that, then they're like, you know what? Let's give them power. Let's give them, power to arrest people and handcuff them and, break into their house. So baseline, they already knew that I would not trust them with a Scantron test. I know I am dating myself, but baseline and documentologist, StreamYard, what is wrong with you here lately?
Detective Brian Nuland beside him, and Sean Cooley, Justin's father, beside him. What brought them together was some information that Brian Nuland came across in the summer of 2022. Some information that caused him to have to do something. So he typed up a search warrant and he took it to a local judge. The local judge looked at it, approved it, signed the search warrant, and Detective Nuland started gathering deputy sheriffs to help execute this search warrant. And it was
No, let's be real. Detective Nuland started gathering police officers because he needed someone to help him gather the crayons to fill out the paperwork. Again, the fact that your defense for stealing is that you are functionally, well, what is it? Unable to calculate money, or you're unable to count. Like when your defense is that I'm simply incompetent, which I get is hypocritical because I just legitimately use the incompetent defense for Twitter. But in the scheme of things, me following you back isn't, the same as me going into someone's house, taking cash money, miscounting it, and then causing a scandal.
search of defendant Foreman's property out on Russellville Road here in Adams County. Detective Nuland will tell you that any search like this is potentially dangerous, so you like to have as many people as you can. The deputies had guns, of course. A couple of them had rifles, which is normal protocol in a situation like this. And there were about 10 of them altogether who were gathered to execute this search warrant in August of 2022. And these 7 were some of those deputies. The evidence is going to show that they approached, the evidence will show, first of all, none of these deputies had any idea when they woke up that morning that they were going to be executing a search warrant. None of them had any idea that by doing their duties that day, their lives would be turned upside down. That evening, they approached.
Upside down. Boy, turn me inside out and round. I mean, honestly, this is why this is why I can't be a lawyer, because honest to goodness, if I took this case, I would be breaking out into song. To be fair, I think my clients might realize that I am taking their money and making fun of them while basically throwing the case for Afroman. So I don't know ethically how that would place me in lawyerology, which is why I just commentate. But this man is acting like this is, he is the Rosa Parks for cops. They will never again be made fun of. Wait till he figures out police body cam reaction videos exist. He's gonna cry a whole boatload of tears.
The premises, spread out the way they had it planned. They knocked on the door, no answer. Tried the doors were locked, doors were secured. They ended up gaining entry with a battering ram, had to knock the door down. Again, that's procedure that happens in executing warrants, and that's the way you need to get in. Nobody was home. Mr. Foreman wasn't home. He was away in Chicago doing a show.
You didn't say, hello, is it me you're looking for? Oh, thank you, Peter Paines. I will write that down because there is a likelihood I won't forget it I won't remember it. I will forget it if I don't write it down. I have become Willy Wonka. Scratch that, reverse it, or yeah. Thank you. My brain works sometimes. I will be real with you guys. I did not sleep well last night, so you are getting super squirrel me, and I figured the Afroman trial was gonna be great. And thank you for that. Once we get this done with this chunk, I will go look him up, and I appreciate this because I know that Nick was saying that this particular local channel kind of really was hit or miss on the coverage. I don't get it. This is the biggest thing going on right now in the law sphere of YouTube.
The deputies searched the house. They found a small amount of marijuana. They found a significant amount of cash. They seized the marijuana. They seized the cash. That's what they do. And that was pretty much it. No evidence of a major crime was found. And so what happened was, after a while, the local sheriff ordered that, decided there's not going to be any charges filed here. And so he ordered the cash to be returned. It was over $4,000 total cash found in some of Mr. Foreman's clothing and another place in his house. Shortly after the cash was returned to Mr. Foreman, he began claiming on the internet and every place he could that the sheriff's deputies had stolen $400 from his money, hadn't returned it. You're going to hear the evidence about that, and we're going to demonstrate to you that that's not true and that he knew it wasn't true. There was an independent investigation done by Claremont County, but that didn't keep him from continuing to declare that Brian Nuland in particular and the rest of these deputies are thieves. Okay, that's just the beginning of it. Then he went beyond calling these deputies thieves. As I've indicated to you, he called Brian Nuland a pedophile. Not called him, he posted it, published it all over the internet in various posts. He found a photo of Detective Nuland from a Shop with a Cop event that Mr. Nuland attended with little kids, disadvantaged kids in the community, Shop with a Cop, get them to know law enforcement. Mr. Foreman found a photo of Brian Nuland holding one of these children that he worked with. And Mr. Foreman blocked out the face and put a smiley face on it and posted this picture of
these police officers never interneted. I feel like they're of the age where they were around in the wild, wild west of, like, AOL chat rooms where, you could get cursed out by a 9-year-old, who was definitely lying about being 21 or 18. I mean, like, if you went there with fragile feelings, you came out of there a survivor. It's like none of these cops went to middle school. Honestly, the last thing you do is show a bully that, they have found a weak spot. Fair point, they might still have dial-up.
Brian Nuland, and it says Brian Nuland is a pedophile. Watch your kids around this man. He likes to fondle little boys' testicles. Posted it all over the internet.
Again, this guy saying fondling testicles was never on my bingo card, and yet it happened. I'm telling you, this trial is like reality took an acid-laced gummy, and I don't know how it happened, CERN. If this is you, God bless you and keep smashing those particles.
Not once, not twice, many, many times, seen thousands of times by people. People in the community started making comments to Detective Nuland. His daughter came home from school crying because some kids had called their dad a pedophile. He used to coach cross-country teams. Some of the kids on his cross-country team started calling him a thief and a pedophile. He'll testify. He'll tell you that his daughters used to have kids over all the time. They like to hang out at his house and do things. After all this started, that stopped happening. Like, kids didn't come over.
Again, people saw that guy's face. No offense, and look, I know I have a weird standard for profiling people. Hell, it's a favorite inside cat game for me to get me over my social anxiety for being at Walmart. I know it's weird. Look, therapists would have a field day with me, but somehow I get less anxious in Walmart if I subtly look at people and imagine the crimes and what, criminal profile they would have. I'm not saying that everyone I, imagine has someone in their basement really does. I'm just saying that it makes me less nervous to be out in public. Again, therapists are going to have a field day with me, but I say whatever works. You call it maladaptive coping behaviors. I call it an ingenious game that anyone can play on their own. Though it will make you terrified if anyone starts talking to you.
Finally, Detective Nuland felt like he couldn't continue to work in Adams County anymore. Adams County was his dream job. He started here as a deputy, worked his way up to detective. This is where he wanted to spend his career, but things soured out. He couldn't stand working here anymore. He resigned his job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department.
Resigned his job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department because of a song by Afroman, or because that guy he knows, otherwise known as his brother, uh, you know, maybe got, shit canned from being the police chief in a town very close to him for doing exactly what Afroman alleged that he is doing. Now, again, the allegations against Detective Nuland were possibly the only charge where I thought Afroman might actually be guilty or liable for defamation. That being said, do I feel bad that Freedom won? No. Let's continue with the Wingers Open.
I went to Cincinnati and now works for the Norwood Police Department. He commutes, drives every day because he felt like he.
Don't cry for him, Cincinnati. The truth is that he has to commute. Won't someone think of the cops' feelings? They are crying. Andrew Lloyd Webber is not going to make a musical. Lin-Manuel Miranda is not going to make Cops the musical. Get the hell over yourself, take a damn joke, and move on. if you had leaned into it, if y'all had, made a lemon pound cake, cookbook or bake off, then you know what? Afro Man probably would have said, "You know what? Comedy is comedy. I see ya." But no, you decided to go crawling to the hall monitor law and the world's most, sympathetic judge. I mean, this judge did more heavy lifting for y'all than a Wonder Brawl. I mean, this man get offered you more, support and, lift than a grand underwire, and still you lost. Doesn't that tell you anything? Anything?
Can't work here anymore. Now, Mr. Foreman, as I indicated a moment ago, saved his most severe attacks for Lisa Phillips. Lisa Phillips worked as a resource officer in the Adams County schools for 18 years. She used to greet the children, including Mr. Foreman's children, when they were dropped off at school in the morning. Said hello to them, made them feel welcome. Mr. Foreman.
To be fair, look, Miss the female cop has an unfortunate vocal register, and all I can say is, have you ever thought of becoming a voice actor? I mean, because look, I don't know if it's your jam. Look, I know you're married to a dude, and I'm really, really not trying to be derogatory, but have you ever thought about making your weakness into, like, gold? And I am talking about effing, like, look, I'm gonna tell you that my audible well, okay, my heart is golden, my audible needs Jesus. Can you imagine if you did any of the male, narration for Smuxy books? Look, again, it might not be your jam, but you could, like, print money. 'Cause, now I can't be a voice actor because anytime I would get to the Smuxy parts, I would start snort laughing and, you know yeah, so I'm just saying, ma'am, if you feel like you can't be an officer anymore, turn that vocal register into a talent and start recording Smuxy books. There are a lot of male narrated books that I think that, I'm just saying you could print your own money.
Posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating, blah, 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 over.
Dear tiny baby Jesus, please don't let this be the stream that my parents decide, I'm gonna check out Mo's little channel. I'm gonna check her out and see what she's doing. My mom's gonna revert back to Catholic if she hears this stuff. She's done on her way to the 13th step of recovering from Catholicism, in that she's Baptist now. She is gonna revert all the way back to Catholicism to go to, confession for my soul. Y'all, I love there are 2 things in this world that I would die for. Okay, 3 things. Mr. Mo, my children, and this chair. It has massage and heating, and it is a recliner. It has its own remote. Now, on a serious note, for those of you who are new, I do have mobility issues, and this is a pricey thing, but if you have someone who, genuinely has a hard time standing up and sitting down, uh, Viva Lift, and sometimes, there are prescriptions where, certain types of insurances will help, and they do have okay, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, Mr. Mo is like the most awesome sauce husband, okay? So, I got the Beyonce, because 'cause I've got massage and heat, but you don't have to spend a lot. What I'm saying is, they also have different sizes, and I do like to pass along when I find something that's really helpful for me. Again, I know we saved up, so they are somewhat pricey, but you can find them in medical supply stores. And sometimes there are, well, and it's very adjustable. Like the headrest can go. So I've got independent headrest, then the lumbar will go in and out, and then I can do the backrest and the feet, but also tilt. And it can help me stand up on really bad days. So that's kind of why we got it as well. It also has a battery backup, so so if it is a really bad day and we lose power, I do have about, I think, 3 minutes to, you know, get myself get myself up. All right, back to the whiners.
And over thousands of times on the internet. People saw it, people laughed, people from out of state, but people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickumlow Phillips, that was his nickname for her. Over and over. This has been going on for like almost 3 years now, folks. And it's taken a heavy toll.
It's been 3 years since you looked at me and you called me Lisa. Again, it is like these people never went to middle school. Look, y'all, do I wish that we lived in a world where the asshats would just leave people alone? But no, we don't. So it's called either make yourself, make yourself funny, or don't show anyone that it bothers you. Also, don't pick fights with people that are funny and subversive and popular. Actually, just don't be douchebags. And if you dish it out, don't expect it to not come around back at you. I don't know. It's like y'all never went to middle school.
On her. Her child came home from school crying, saying, because the kids were saying, did your mom have a sex change? Because of what they saw that he had posted. We asked him to stop. He doubled down. Thank you, Judge. She's out on call doing her duty. Someone yells at her, hey, Lisa Lickumlow calls her a thief.
Again, for any of this to make sense, you would have to prove the hypothesis that before this, just in their jobs as police officers, they had never been heckled, they'd never been called anything, and they were treated with the utmost respect. Now, again, rarely do people say, hello, fine officer, constable, if you will, take me to jail for I have felonied. No, usually they're like, you didn't read me my rights. You didn't read me my rights. You didn't read me my rights. Don't tase me. I mean, again, but it's generally not like, hello, kind sir. I'd like those silver bracelets. I'm into things like that. But also felony. And let's be real. With her vocal register and physicality, this is not the first time. Now, do I wish that bullies would at least be creative and not go with low-hanging fruit? Like when I was Fluffy, I would get trolls in here like, you're fat. And I'm like, no shit, I have a mirror. I mean, like make fun of the fact that I dye my hair red and I'm naturally blonde to give myself artificial intelligence. I mean, or the fact that I can't really always say judicial, even though I run a trial channel. Or anything. Not low-hanging fruit. I do. Okay, so is it terrible that I imagine Lisa and her husband, now follow me if you're a 90s kid, like the Rugrats, Phil and Lil's mom and dad, like she's the pants and her husband runs an Etsy shop. And I know, look, I don't know. I haven't dug into her Facebook. Honestly, I felt bad for her. But again, it's called pull on your big girl panties and call him a cocksucker right back. I mean, I don't know. It's like these people have never humaned.
Had to miss days of work because of the emotional upset. Her doctor has her on medication. Because of this, because of lies. Just Friday, on the eve of trial, he published the most egregious thing you can imagine. I don't know if any of you have seen it. I think you will in this trial. It's basically pornography about Lisa Phillips. Mr. Foreman also targeted deputies.
Also, so this is where I feel like I am on the Steven Spielberg spectrum, because practically pornography makes me wonder, what exactly does this man, first of all, defined as pornography, but then what is practically pornography? Like, is like a saucy bit of ankle being shown practically pornography? Like, is a nip slip considered like X-rated, triple X? Like, where on the spectra of degeneracy is practically pornography to this man? Because I feel like I need to narrow it down. This just leads me into so many. I find myself distracted by the fact that I don't have a clear definition of what is practically pornography in this man's eyes, because I feel like we'd get a lot more information into his personality if he clearly defined what he felt was pornography adjacent. And thank you, Wolfram, for being a mod. Welcome, welcome.
Randy Walters for special treatment. In several videos seen by thousands of people, Mr. Foreman declares, I used to fuck his wife. I used to fuck his wife doggy style. His daughter came home upset because the kids at school were saying, hey, is Afroman your father? We asked him to stop. He didn't. He's still published. There's new videos today coming out.
I would like to resolutely state that I'm fairly sure Afroman is not my father, if there were any questions. And I will. I don't even mind if they get me a copyright. Though, Mr. Afroman, don't copyright strike us. We're having fun. Also, look, I get it. I get that this has been a soft spot for her. And look, everyone has soft spots. I'm not gonna lie that, like when you're a baby creator and you get your first negative comment, it's like, oh my God, that really hurts. And then you realize that it's just like middle school. And if you feed the trolls, they are like succubi. They will try to suck the happiness out of you. Unfortunately, they don't give you a handy to go with it. So screw you, trolls. Kind of my energy now. But the first one does hurt your soul a little bit.
In your face, I'm going to do what I want. Justin Cooley was targeted by Mr. Foreman as a thief. Sean Cooley, Mike Eastep, and Sean Grooms all suffered by being called a thief. They're sheriffs. They go to people's houses to do things. Hey, you're going to steal my money too? Their reputations have been damaged. It's harder for them to do their jobs. You'll hear all the evidence. That's what this case is about in terms of the facts. At the end of the case, you'll have to decide if Mr. Foreman should be held responsible for what he's done.
We know the jury in the biggest, again, somewhere, our founding fathers are lighting off Roman candles and saying, America, fuck yeah, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's how I imagine that the founding fathers, who usually are ashamed and, just weep in despair at what our country has become, has seen, well, their ideals upheld. I mean, you know what? You butt monkeys that say America hasn't changed and has always been bad. I want you to take a look. We are nearing the 250th anniversary of our country. And from the founding of our country, where people were not equal, we now have one of the foundational principles of our Constitution being upheld by a man who got famous for getting high. God bless America.
That's what the case is about. Should he be held responsible? I indicated during our jury selection process the kind of damages we're going to be asking for, the non-economic, the value damages. You'll hear all the evidence. You'll have to decide, how bad was this? I think you're going to decide it wasn't just a little minor, said something bad about you. It was about as bad as you can imagine for these deputies.
It was bad. Okay. It was bad. Instead of saying poop, instead of saying shit, say poo. Like, kiss my poo. How did Mr. Mackey get out of South Park?
Reputation, pain and suffering, humiliation, personal embarrassment, loss of reputation, all that stuff. You're going to have to put a value on it. And I will tell you this, as I said earlier, I'll try to help give some guidance. You can reject it or not, because it's your choice. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be asking you for a number for all these people that is in the 7 figures. That's how serious we take this. And there's also a punitive damages element that may go to you depending on what the judge decides. And that's going to be another decision you'll have to make based on how bad you think this is and what this conduct deserves that's been done to these people. At the end of the day, it's about...
Look, genetics already had a field day with them. Hell, Darwin gave them facial features that evolution forgot. Y'all, I'm gonna be super petty. Look, normally I don't do ad hominem attacks because I find them to be low-hanging fruit. But Hagatha is basically in charge today, y'all. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The pain is here, and rather than take it out on my family, I'm gonna I'm gonna take it out on dumb people who decide to whine to the legal system. So I may be cursy more. I may be just a little more mean than I normally am, but I find that I don't really care right at this moment.
What's legal, what's moral, what needs to be done to make up in some way for what's been done to these deputies that have spent their careers defending this community and living in this community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winger.
All right, we need to change the banner. I'm beginning to realize why Court TV won't invite me on to have my own show.
Good morning.
Can we just stop this timeline? Because I want you guys to take a time. This is why the Matrix can't be real, because computer code could not create anything this gloriously absurd. We have Mr. Hand, who has decided to give up on trying to capture only Spicoli, but has decided to leave Ridgemont High to, capture Spicoli and all the other potheads. And then we have Charlie Daniels, fresh out of, the devil went down to Georgia, fresh with a shotgun at the end. I love this timeline. 2026, keep on shining, you beautiful, glorious, insane bastard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is David
Let me
Osborne
listen
Jr.
to
I
it
represent Joseph
It's
Ford.
been editing, and I
Let's
will
go by
listen
the
to
stage
it
name
after
Afroman.
this.
And I want to thank you for your service today. This is not going to be an easy case. This is going to take a week of dedication of you to go through. Not an easy thing to ask, but something that we appreciate you are willing to do. This case is about the freedom of speech protections contained within the First Amendment of the United States and the Ohio Constitution. It is about an American citizen's right to make public comments about the actions of public officials, actions that took place in his own home, actions that took place within his home were part of his artistic, creative expressions.
Okay, if you're talking about equations, All right, I have two ideas of what you may be talking about. And if you're talking about equations that go like this and then have the parentheses and then I wasn't good at that even in high school. And then if you're talking about the sports thing, you can send me a bracket and I'll fill one out, but I don't know who the teams are. So you'll have to fill me on which teams go to which ones because I don't even know which teams go together. But I'll fill one out. I'm just saying look, I encourage y'all not to take any of my choices and place money on them. I don't know how to bet. I don't know how to sports ball. I don't know how to do complex equations.
And Americans maintain a right
But I'm willing to try.
criticize, to mock public officials. And that includes law enforcement officers. On August 21st of 2022, Detective Brian Nuland drafted a search warrant. That search warrant was based upon an interview conducted with a confidential informant. That confidential informant gave Mr. Nuland information. He put it in a search warrant, and then he went and he saw Judge Roy Gabbard, and Roy signed it. From there, they went to execute that very same day. Officers from the Adams County Sheriff's Office, 7 of the 10, descended upon Mr. Foreman's residence with a hastily prepared search warrant. For a man who's famous for a song that said, "I got high," the amount of force used was excessive, to say the least. After all, based on the song, a bag of Doritos would have been enough to take him out. But they deemed it necessary to not only go to his residence with assault rifles, body armor, and even a riot shield to execute their search.
Normally I don't like shouty attorneys. I'm not a big fan of people shouting at me. It's not my, but I do like the passion he is showing. Now, unfortunately for him, I do have a good startle reflex, so I'm glad I wasn't on the jury because look, as the kids would say, as Kathy Nestor would say, we'd be vibing, but I still have a startle reflex. So if he started, the passion, like shouty talk out of nowhere, watch out other, jurors.
And all that led to a destructive search of Mr. Foreman's residence. Deputies searched Mr. Foreman's home, every one of his outbuildings, behind the couch, under the hood of a car. And you know what they found? A couple little joints, which, let's face it, because I got high, that was expected. And then they found cash. His cash, not theirs. His. They seized all that. It was cataloged, returned to the office by Brian Nuland. Nuland then does what's required by law. After you search, you have to return a thing to the court that says every single thing you seized, a return on your search warrant to tell the court what you took. In that, he puts a number for the amount of cash that was there. Now, Mr. Foreman, well, let me back up because there's something I forgot during the search. For a search for marijuana, or whatever was in the search warrant, we'll introduce that later. They disconnected his security camera system. He has a security camera system in the house. He's had break-ins before. Most Americans, he has a security camera system. Yet in the middle of their search, they disconnect it. They say it's going to be because they want to take it for evidence. But you know where that evidence ended up? On the couch over there. Just disconnect it and leave it there. Now, what precipitated next is the primary focus of the lawsuit. Mr. Foreman did what he's done through his entire career. He took his life experiences and turned them into music, social commentary, and artistic expression. After all, one only need to look at the song, Because I Got High. The lyrics are there. I was going to clean my room because I got high. He was rapping about his life then, and his posts are talking about his life and his experiences. During the search of Mr. Foreman's home, deputies' actions during the search was captured in 2 places. One, the security system of Mr. Foreman. Joe's security system was active until they cut it. You also have body camera footage. Now, we don't have body camera footage for all 10. Not everybody was wearing body camera, but the officers that did, there is body cam footage. And he used this footage from both those locations to make his music videos. He posted them on social media like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok. The plaintiffs decided they did not like what Joe had to say about him, or how they portrayed him, or how he used the footage of their.
again, uh, uh, you're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. I don't know if parents didn't tell. You know what? Uh, Okay, now at first I thought my mom was a heartless B word, but I remember coming home one day because middle school, again, when you were visited by the boob fairy one year and the headgear fairy, yeah, middle school was a blast. Like hemorrhoids and, you know, through a cactus field, I'm sure. And one day she said, "Well, sweetie, if these people are jerks, why do you wanna be friends with them?" And I was like, "Mom, you're not getting the point. They are mean to me." And she's like, "Yes, again, I posit the question, if they are unrelenting butt monkeys, why do you want to be around them?" And, logical Mo was like, "Holy crap, she's right. Why do I want to hang around obnoxious, vapid, stupid butt monkeys?" And then I wasn't so hurt that they didn't like me. So I kind of rejected, I rejected rejection and then inserted narcissism, but it helped me survive.
Behavior as their job as law enforcement officers, as public officials. Their response was to sue him in order to silence his freedom of speech, threaten his livelihood. After all, have you ever heard of a law enforcement officer suing a person for making a social commentary on them? Or have you ever heard of an officer suing anybody because someone said they didn't like what they had to say? Officers deal with it all the time. I dealt with it during my election. You don't sue people. You respect the freedom of this country and move on. Because, let's face it, if we don't have freedom of speech, what else is there? 250 years ago, the founders of this great country wanted to limit the government's involvement and what government officials had power over to say. And that's why we have the freedom of speech we have today. Before we get to the evidence, I want you to understand this case started with a number of claims. Of them, 2 were dismissed by the court.
Now, here's where I realized that this judge was ever so unsubtly such, you know, so ham-fistedly that even Beverly Cannoni would be like, "Hey, let's be a little subtle in our bias." Like, even Bev's gonna side-eye you with the amount of help you're giving the plaintiffs, or as she liked to call him, Hanky. Uh, Seriously. And welcome, Rosalind Duke Raiders. Uh, let's see. Slight warning: Hagatha has taken the reins. Jesus has not taken the wheel. Hagatha has. So, we might be a little more squirrely, and I'ma be a whole lot meaner. So, basically, you have a more bitchy Mo. Uh, but that's just what I needed to tell y'all. So, if you're like, "Dang, Mo is mean today," yes. I resemble that remark.
Do not go there. You know and I know the jury doesn't need to know what's not there. I'm not hiding the ball. Claims filter out like you should. I gave you instructions. And you don't need to get distracted about what's not in front of you. Mr. Klingler talked about punitive damages. Maybe, but you don't need to know that because we're not there. I'll tell you that if you need to know it later.
Why is post-Ozempic, Colonel Sanders telling us anything? I mean, I'm glad he got healthy, but you'd think he'd be spending, like, his thinner days outside, enjoying the fresh air and the loose skin. I am never gonna be able to go to Ohio.
There's a lot of things this case is not about. So he doesn't get to talk about what it's not about. It's only what it is about. Go ahead.
Yeah, forget.
Grizzly Adams, aggressively marks things out, then just, he's like, "And I'm a pivot."
I have to adjust my evidence slightly. It should be noted that public officials, such as these gentlemen and Miss Phillips over here, are held to a higher standard than an ordinary person. They're public officials. They are expected to be criticized and mocked. The evidence will indicate that Mr. Foreman created songs with titles like Will You Repair My Door? Lemon Pound Cake?
Honestly, the mocking of public officials goes back to our founding. I mean, if you think that politics were more genteel in our founding, no. There were allusions to parents being possibly siblings, transvestite, male prostitutes. Every single kind of salacious thing has been in politics since the beginning of time. These sort of, disparaging remarks have been kind of normal.
These songs went viral, yes. People connected with the message and understood what Joe was trying to say.
Fair point.
The videos and songs resonated with the public because they address something that people care deeply about as Americans, and that is how law enforcement officers conduct themselves. Joe also made statements on social media about the search and the officers involved. Some of these statements were openly critical and expressed Joe's opinions about what happened. Statements about missing money. And he used some strong language, some exaggerated language. We call it hyperbolic language, to present his message and his opinion. But all these statements were a matter of public concern as well as statements about his personal opinions. The experience of law enforcement officers executing a destructive search warrant is well beyond question, as it is a matter of public concern. The plaintiffs are going to point to specific statements that Joe made. They're going to claim.
Oh, all of them. All of them. I mean, if the entire town doesn't get like secondhand diabetes from the, delivery of lemon pound cakes into Adams County in general, like if the Surgeon General of the state doesn't have to come out and say, excuse me, is this thing on? Look, we get that you all love Afroman, but if you don't stop sending lemon pound cakes, we're going to have to get in touch with FEMA. Like the kids are getting the beatus from the air. And thank you, Squaw Bob, for gifting a membership. And that went to Beth Menzel. Welcome to the Church of Mo. You get musings early, and it is in theory right now, but it is actually happening. I will be adding some evening streams during the week. It's just that life keeps happening in the middle of my plans. I know you're shocked. It's like, how does this keep happening? If only God would send me like little like post-it notes when things are going to happen in my life, like not like fully, reveal his mysterious plans or whatnot, because I don't want to be presumptuous, but just like don't pencil anything in for like the first couple weeks of March. Not like a full Miss Cleo download of the future, just like, hey, stock up, gummy nerds for the first couple weeks of March. I love the book. I am going to make the members video. It's on my list. I've got my Blackboard going now. I am actually feeling better now that the flare is kind of midway. So I know that it's closing to the end and go back to semi-normal.
These statements are defamatory. They are going to attempt to remove them from their context. Statements aren't in a vacuum. There's context. If you get called a name, if my wife yells at me, there's probably context to it. That context is what we're going to show you. Because if you look at those statements in isolation and simply ignore the conduct that sparked them, you can't understand really what was going on. You'll be asked to forget much of that context of the statements. At least not the least of it is that the plaintiffs are public officials and the public has a right to criticize them. The evidence will show that Mr. Foreman's statements fall into three categories. The first, many of these statements are his opinions. Opinions are not assertions of fact. They are Joe's subjective.
Oh my God, could everyone on Twitter in Hollywood actually, we're going to bacchanate for the people in back. And yes, again, Hollywood, I need you to listen. Alec Baldwin especially, because God, if there is one person in the rest of my lifetime that I want to get off his moral mini horse of justice and never ever talk at America again from a moral high ground, it is effing Alec Baldwin. I don't wish harm upon him. I just would like him to be silent about moral issues for the rest of my lifetime. Amen. But for the people in back, for Twitter and Hollywood,
The evidence will show that Mr. Foreman's statements fall into three categories. The first, many of these statements are his opinions. Opinions are not assertions of fact.
okay, there you go. It's lovely you have an opinion, and I'm sure that you have thought really a whole lot about the Palestinia, but I don't care about your opinion. It's not a fact. Just because you feel it doesn't make it might make it your truth. It doesn't make it the truth. And I don't have the time to explain the equation of that in semantics. In crayon.
They are Joe's subjective views about his encounter with these public officials and the execution of their duties.
Can you imagine this guy in the Appalachia Hogwarts? Harry, Harry's a wizard. Go tell your mom and them. Look, I know you lost your parents. They were moonshining for justice. We got a snipe. Oh my Bob Ross. You know, now that HBO is desecrating the Harry Potter remake, if the Babylon Bee doesn't make the Harry Potter Appalachia, parody, I don't know. Someone give me money and someone with talent, and I will come up with the idea and the screenplay, and it'll be a hit.
The First Amendment protects the right to express those opinions, even if they're harsh, even if they're mean, even if the person who is the...
And y'all, if I know most of you here already know Nick, because most of you found me either when I was hanging out with Nick or, he has a much bigger channel. It is just mathematics. But he let me know about this trial and sent me over all the documents, and I did not get to finish the rest of the trial with him, but I appreciate it so much. Check him out if you haven't. And if you are subscribed to him, double check sometime today and make sure you are still subscribed, because YouTube likes to think, like these officers, that you don't have the freedom to choose. But you show them, like Afroman showed these officers, that you are still wanting to be subscribed to Nick.
subject of them hates them. They are protected. Second, many of the statements are exaggerated, rhetorical exaggeration, as you might expect from a musician. After all, if you didn't have Because You Got High, if I said I just didn't want to clean my room, no one would have bought that song. You have to exaggerate something. You'll see he used colorful language, sarcasm, and satire. No reasonable person would have understood these statements to be literal assertions of fact. For example, Mr. Foreman created nicknames and made comparisons to cartoon characters. No reasonable person would understand those as a literal assertion of fact. That is a rhetorical satire flourish that has always been part of our social and political commentary in this country. After all, pick up the newspaper, you're going to see a political cartoon making fun of somebody. Watch Saturday Night Live. They make fun of people all the time. They even made fun of Joe. It just happens. It's part of our freedom of speech and also Mr. Foreman's artistic expression. The third is the extent that any of the statements assert facts. They relate to matters of public concern. Matters of public concern are exempted. These statements address how the search was conducted, what actions were taken, and how Mr. Foreman experienced this as a homeowner with these people executing their hasty search warrant. Indeed, the public's concern for such issues is reflected in the viral response that his content got. The plaintiffs bear the burden of proof in this matter, not Joe. They must carry.
Spread it around like glitter, but I have put forward a motion to humanity. Now, it has passed the Church of Mo, but we must spread it around to the Twitter sphere. And I have said, yes. Sorry, my brain's shorted. But I have posited to the Church of Mo, and it has passed. But I say, Barbara Streisand, who? It is now the Afroman effect. So I say we spread it around. We got Afroman to 1 million subscribers. I say we tell Barbara Streisand she's no longer relevant. She doesn't speak for freedom. Afroman does. And we would now like to call it the Afroman effect, not the Streisand effect.
Carry the day. They must prove every element of their claim. Looking at the invasion of privacy due to false light, it's one of the claims that they're claiming. The plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman portrayed them in a false light that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. The evidence will show that he did not. He used real actual footage of them performing their duties, stuff in the public domain. Joe's statements were based entirely on his personal experience and within his county of residence, which that is something I do want to clear up. Mr. Foreman lives in Adams County, not Hamilton County. Mr. Klingler was wrong about that. So he is a resident of this county. Regarding the defamation claim, plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman made false statements of fact, not his opinions. That's very important because we all have opinions as Americans. It's one of the great things about this country is we can share our opinions whether we like them or not. Whether they like them or not, they can hear my opinions. But they must prove those statements were not opinions because public officials, they must prove that Joe acted with actual malice rather than just simply exercising his First Amendment right. The evidence will show they cannot meet this burden. Plaintiffs claim that Joe portrayed them in a false light. What evidence will show? Joe used direct footage from the security cameras. We can see what they did. They executed the search warrant. It's all on camera. There's nothing false about showing them that way. There's nothing false about Mr. Foreman having opinions about.
And baseline, it is terrifying with people that have the same mentality of Corey Richins, of Sarah Boone, of Tony Todd, people that are more upset about what the internet says about them than doing something grievously wrong. It's worrying that these people are given a great deal of power, but they are more worried about hurty words.
How they did and them. However, when they executed that search warrant, that became a matter of public scrutiny. People could watch it. People could see what was done and form their own opinions. And they can share those opinions. And he has a right to create artistic expression based on those opinions, based on that content. The plaintiffs, it goes without saying that they don't like what Mr. Foreman said about him. But they don't have to. That's part of our right in this country. They don't like his commentary. They don't like his art. But the First Amendment does not protect speech that we like. It protects all speech within it. It protects commentary, criticism, especially on occasions such as this. It protects speech that I would not like, speech I've suffered. It protects it. You may not like the speech you hear.
Who made fun of our Hagrid? Who in the hell flapped their mouth? Where the hell is Will Smith when we need them? Who made fun of Appalachian Hagrid? This will not happen. This shall not stand. First of all, this man looks like he just escaped the Charlie Daniels band, so I love him already, and or ZZ Top. But no. Who said mean words to our... He is our Hagrid. Oh, hell no.
But is protected. Throughout this trial, you'll hear testimony and see evidence that demonstrates several key points. You will see the actual videos and social media posts Mr. Foreman created. You'll be able to judge for yourselves whether they are false, whether they're his opinions, whether they're artistic expression. That is all protected.
Okay, enunciate really clearly, because you said artistic, but I heard autistic expression, which kind of makes it even funnier to me, which is maybe why I heard it, because my brain runs on the principle of, well, reality is this, but this would be more hilarious.
It's about the right to comment on criticize public officials without fear of retribution, without fear of getting sued. It's about the right to create artistic expressions that are matters of public concern. The plaintiffs are law enforcement officers. They perform a cardinal public function. But with that public role comes public accountability. It also comes a certain standard that you have to understand. And as public officials, they can be criticized.
Well, it's not. So I noticed when I was young that I tend to remember a lot of things or tend to be very hyper focused on how people say things and kind of linguistic quirks. So I feel bad because I tend to notice and then I didn't realize when I was younger you weren't supposed to, if you noticed like a lisp or a speech impediment, you weren't supposed to point it out. So I was like, "Wow, you sound really different. That's pretty cool the way you say your R's and L's." I was always fascinated by it. It was never derogatory. I was always like, "That's cool. Can you teach me?" And, my mom just being horrified. As I said, I may come by youngest most feral, honestly.
They may not like it, but it's allowed. Plaintiffs have the burden of proving their claims. The evidence will show they cannot meet that burden. The evidence will show that Joe's videos, posts, and commentary were artistic expression for matters of legitimate public concern, his opinions on the law enforcement officers, and how they were performing their duties. If the plaintiffs prevail in this case, what message will that send to this country if they prevail? It sends the message that if you criticize law enforcement, if you comment on how they conduct themselves, if you mock them, if you create art with them in it, they can sue you. That's not the America we live in. That's not why we have a Constitution in the First Amendment. That's not why the First Amendment is in the Constitution of the state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, upon the examination of the evidence at the end of this trial, I'm confident you'll conclude that Joe did nothing wrong. While the plaintiffs are unhappy, upset with what was said, he exercised a right he had, a right that every American has. He commented on matters of public concern. He created art. He did what any stand-up citizen would do. He made his voice heard to the people. At the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to return a verdict in favor of Mr. Foreman on every one of their claims. I'll ask that you vindicate his.
Spoiler alert, America won, freedom won. I will admit before this trial, Afroman I only remembered from his, Because I Got High song. But I will tell you that Lemon Pound Cake has a fun groove to it. And if I could rock pimp suits like he would, because they look comfy, I'm just saying.
First Amendment rights. And I'll ask that you send a message to the American people that you can criticize public officials and that we are not living in a dictatorship where if you don't like what is said, you just sue someone to shut them up. Thank you.
I'm going to start calling witnesses, but I want to tell you what this case is not. Okay, this case is not going to be an analysis of why the magistrate issued a search warrant, or what the facts were leading to the search warrant, or the backstory of the warrant. That's the subject for criminal cases. So the fact that there's a search warrant is.
Hey, architect, this isn't the Matrix. We don't need a backstory. We don't need you to exposition dump. You are supposed to be a referee. You don't get to tell us where, you aren't supposed to tell the jury beyond, legally where their bounds are. You're really supposed to be a silent player in this. So how about you, shut that mouth hole, and if you want to run it, you get a sidebar. Holy crap, am I never going to Ohio?
What this case is about, not the backstory of it. You're talking about criticism of the why and the whole deal. That's not relevant testimony. We're living with, there was a search warrant, nothing backstory. In this case, it's not about excessive force in entering. The court's already determined as a matter of law that it was not excessive.
Okay, having worn one of my 3, because apparently I am turning into Zap Brannigan, I would just like to say that velour jackets might be the best thing invented. I might be going full Megan Fox. Velour tracksuits for everyone.
You'll see testimony of damage, but that's a legal standard about whether it's more than customary or expected in the realm of a search warrant. Search warrants are lawful force entry.
Okay, hush, Skippy. You're not God's DJ or the, Black's Law Dictionary. Could we get to the actual? This is not your pontiff. You might be like could you just stop proselytizing about whatever the hell you are not the Magna Carta incarnate. You are not the, James Fauci, I am the law. Be quiet. You have a comfy chair. You have the hammer thing. Now hush.
So you won't get, was that too much horse? That's outside the realm of testimony.
Land the plane.
And I call these third.
Zap
This is not
Brannigan.
about vindication of the defendant or messaging to the public.
It's pronounced champagne, not champagne.
That's things that happen from the political branches of government, the legislature, or the executive offices. Messaging is not what you're concerned with. It's the message the jury's sending. You're not messaging. It's all about how these facts affect these people. So when these little distractions and diversions come at you, I'm going to try to continue to narrow and keep you focused, not on the distractions.
Now, slightly changing this, when this judge says he's going to be brief, I will.
Years. It's been 84 years.
The entire jury.
But on the issues and the law. Otherwise, you're going to ask later on, why did the judge give us instructions on messaging? Because that's not how this comes out. So I'll do this periodically along the way when things start going astray. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tee it up.
Plaintiff calls Detective Brian Nuland.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Since you're a public official, you won't expect to have your private residence address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself?
Now, y'all, I don't know if this is part of, again, my Spielberg spectrum self-diagnosis, but watch this eyeball, because he goes cross-eyed. And someone saw this on a hiring board and thought, you know what, he'd be great when he works, he should work with force multipliers and freedom seeds. He's legitimately cross-eyed. I could not get over this. And look, how?
Yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Brian Nuland.
And Mr. Nuland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
From 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2000?
And when do you expect to go through puberty? I mean, it's bad enough that his mom did his haircut, because I feel like his mom's like, yes, I know how to do a fade. You don't need to spend $13 at the Supercut. I can give you a fade. I just, that's how I feel like this haircut went down. His mom was like, you don't need to spend $13. Go out with them Jezebel women. Call someone when your testicles descend, sir. Or ask Lisa to help you get a deeper voice.
2010 and 2015.
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes.
What was your MOS? Please, God, tell me not military intelligence. I'm going to guess infantry. Cook?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff,
Where?
the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I
Because look at me. It's not like they were going to trust me with a cash register at the Chuck E. Cheese. I can barely count.
Got out of the military. I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different. So I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here. My kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Brothers, you say? Now, are you close to said brothers? Because I have a feeling, like Peter, you are going to deny your brother 3 times before the end of this trial. And during Lent, you son of a bitch. How dare you?
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part?
Alanos, how dare you? You know I have an overactive imagination that likes to hurt me. Ow. Ow. Yeah.
Part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared a search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with
Would you call yourself a power bottom?
the judge and the prosecutor at the time.
And thank you, maybe not, for gifting 10 memberships. And those went to Miss Scarlet 7, Robin 9597, The Pretend Judge, Dark Lotus, Seahawks 12, Christine, Cordy Musician, Auntie M, for Somewhere in Time, Publicly Buzzed, Michelle Capel, sorry, Centriel. I am probably butchering that name. If you spell it phonetically, I might get it, but we need to change his banner. Because that's only funny if you know about his brother. I have a better one. Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Church of Mo. We have dark chocolate, sarcasm, and, well, inappropriate jokes. But, you know, we are all going to be in purgatory together. So welcome. We will at least have fun and games and be loud and noisy all there together. And, okay, I need to get this. Hide current, huh? Uh-huh. Hide, because I'm going straight to hell.
Prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was? The property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
Okay, that's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs?
And thank you, Auntie M, for gifting 5 memberships. And those went to Musy Heaven, Khalees AR 15, Bearded Man Steve, KB 55101, and Divine Endel. Welcome, welcome. We have, where did I put the pen I just got? For the love of cheat. I have the brain of Dory the Goldfish today, which is upsetting. Y'all, can I explain to you that I used to not have to take notes during lectures? I used to have, now I'm not trying to be like, look, no one likes a know-it-all or a braggadocious person. And I didn't realize other people weren't like this. So I used to be able to, and it wasn't until about high school I didn't realize everyone intook information. I used to be able to zone out and just doodle on my notebook, and I could remember every conversation, who said it, and what was going on at the time. Um, and my friends didn't believe me. So one day I just wrote down for my notes snippets of conversations that I was hearing around the room. And I was able to, from those notes, remember exactly what the teacher was saying as well. And it wasn't until all of my friends looked at me like I was an alien that I realized that not everyone under or remembered conversations like they were recorded in their head. So I've gone from being able to remember conversations to not being able to remember when my doctor's appointments are. So it's a weird life. I remember really good things, but sometimes I don't remember my husband's phone number. Though that was similar before I got hurt, so it's not like I was gonna get Marvel super, powers.
That participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No,
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
no.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was the money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself.
No, you didn't get ahead of StreamYard. You and I are gonna have words. You and I are gonna have words, and they are gonna be ugly, and they are gonna be 4-letter, and they are gonna make you cry. Swear to goodness. I get the power fixed, I get the internet fixed, and now StreamYard's like, "Eh." And no, I go back to my point. That was not a hard question. The fact that Skippy can't, get ascertain from, that question what was going on is horrifying.
Was cash located in the property? Do
Yes,
you remember how much approximately?
approximately $4,000.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash or provided the money that was located by.
It's crossed right there. It is crossed. It is crossed. Who the hell gave this man a gun? Who the hell said, you know what? For the safety of others, let's give this cross-eyed SOB a force multiplier and put him in charge of people's safety. Like, what in the Barney Fife is going on here? Like, I get that we've lowered standards, but I thought that, maybe, like, I'm not shooting for 20/20 vision. I'm okay with glasses, but I do expect you to not have a lazy damn eye, okay? Thank you so much, Perpetually Puzzled Puzzler, ScreamYard, for the super chat. And look, y'all, normally I wouldn't make fun of this, but I cannot be kind to people that will dish it out and are in positions of authority with great power and then want to be cry bullies. I cannot deal with it.
Our deputy, I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No,
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bags?
no,
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
no.
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
Yes,
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes.
Very
Uh,
Stringer Bell, this is a speed run. So he's already been found not guilty. We are just watching again because if ever a trial was tailor-made for the Petty Express, it was this trial.
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been seized?
No.
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes.
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician at Lisa's property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. The account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated.
And where was this in?
Why do I have a feeling he doesn't quite, like, he's mimicking the words, but he doesn't quite understand what conceptually went on here. He's like, how did Milton get, who the hell, this man is tailor-made for a red swing line stapler. Who the hell gave him a force multiplier? Who the hell saw Milton and decided, you know what, deputy, not only deputy, no, detective.
Amount indicated.
On the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman.
Correct.
And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't, no.
What happened?
Once the allegation was made, the sheriff contacted the Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they?
Again, sir, I shouldn't have to explain this to you, but let me break it down. Your defense is that you're a dumbass. Now, that shit is already reputationally damaging, and that's a self-inflicted wound. The fact that you're smiling means that you are too dumb to realize that your incompetence is your only defense. We have got to stop using warning labels. Darwin, the culling must begin, okay? Look, I love humanity in small doses, but y'all
conclude that any money had been taken?
They said there was not any money taken.
Did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
Multiple times he accuses all of being thieves.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night?
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appears, if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand and then began counting again after putting money down. And it was at some point there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
You know, I'm just throwing out here that if you're a cashier at McDonald's and your drawer is off, you'll get fired. But if you're a cop and you can't count because you aren't wearing flip-flops and the numbers get too big and you only have 10 fingies, that's okay. Again, Ohio, I would do an audit of your police departments.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
Now, were any charges ever brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that. I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Nuland, did you become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Ms. Gratzer, could we see Exhibit 16?
Yes. You need to switch it to the HDMI. I'm right. So if you, what does she want its card on?
She needs to switch to the left wall.
Wow.
All right.
Afro man, just like, did it? Just vibing. Oh, for the love of Cheetos.
Okay, can we blow that up some? All right. Detective Nuland, we're showing Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what this is?
It's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about me being a pedophile.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask.
Okay, sir, look, like I said, I am not a nice person. I am the world's worst Christian. Like 10 out of 12 Catholics approve of my, self-denomination of my own like religiosity. Because if I saw you at Walmart, I'd profile you too. So I'm sorry, but I just wouldn't say it out loud, nor do I have the time or energy to put it on Facebook. But I posit that Afro man is just saying what at least Mo would have profiled you for allegedly in Walmart. Because, sir, I'm telling you, I do play, what felony are you doing? And I'm telling you, if I saw him in the chip aisle, I'm hoping he's not living close to a school. And that's just me playing my stupid game in Walmart. Now, I don't have, again, this man has never been charged. This is the only charge that I honestly felt like there may be a point where this had crossed the line. That being said,
Ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that people are clear on what it said. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby making Brian, child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Nuland, Detective Brian Nuland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Nuland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Nuland. He's very bold.
Hashtag Chris Hansen who? Me and Afro Man telling people, come on down, have a seat. Can you imagine? Because, we understand that we're not law enforcement, so we're just going to shame the hell out of them. It's going to be an impromptu roast of child grossness. Oh my God, Afro Man, I'm not saying, but I'm saying. I'm willing to collaborate. I have my own wigs.
Will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can we see Exhibit 17, please?
I'm sorry. Oh, brother, where art thou? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we all have these subjective kind of thoughts about people. We might not say them out loud, but 90% of us are thinking them, so is that still a sin, asking for a friend? Uh, no, this would be at a shop with a cop event. Y Here's the thing, all of this is probably completely harmless, but you would think that in the same year that his brother is charged with child grossness, they might tell him, "Look, you're a good guy and you do a great stuff with the kids, but for right now, we're gonna need you to stay away from small people. Small humans and you are a no-no for right now. I get it, you're being tarred with your brother's, brush, but just for right now, let's not."
Can you just scroll down so we can see the whole thing for a second? All right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but it says,
And
in
thank you
part,
for the raid, Rosalind Duke. Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
if you pay me back the money you stole from me, I won't tell the world about your pedophile pilgrim family, like your brother, that's named Will You Stop Sending Dick Pic Williams, aka William Nuland, if you get her.
You gotta admit, like him or love him or lump him, Afroman has a way with words. He is exactly the patriot that this hour needs.
Arrested in Abbs County, all you got to do is lie on me and Brian will let you go. And is that a picture of your brother beside your picture?
Yes.
And was your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge.
It was a misdemeanor, correct?
Did you have anything to do?
The sad thing is, given his current, eye placement, the crossedness of it, I could almost buy that this man just doesn't remember or understand what his brother was, charged with because big words hurt his head. This is the first time legitimately that he might, again, he has to remember a lot of things, Comic Sans, red means stop, green means go. He is just full of knowledge and he can't keep it all in that noggin of his.
With that crime?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
Let's look at, let's see, number 18. Is that a video?
Yes.
All right. Shall we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have a clip?
Yes.
Yes. Baby making Brian newborn Nuland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist with the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop sending Dick Pic Williams?
All right, and let's.
Y'all, I could not be in this jury. I couldn't. I don't know. Y'all, I would be snort laughing and.
Take a look at number 10.
Oh, bad pause face. Bad pause.
Is this a. Yeah, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, no.
He used to do hard drugs. It says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective Nuland?
No.
He snitched on all his friends. Do you have any idea what that's all about?
No.
Really?
Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from Adams KK County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law enforcement. Did you ever steal money from a traffic stop?
No.
Did you ever steal money from anybody?
No.
And down below it says, baby making Brian Nuland t-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please. And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering the or somewhere in the property of Mr. Foreman during the search?
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14. And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my
Can we just, you gotta love that Afro Man goes to get his money in, I'm not quite sure what animal that is. I'm guessing a chinchilla coat. I always want to call it a chinchito coat. No. Okay, I only laugh because my husband wanted to get the boys a chinchilla, and I thought, well, why don't we make it, economical and we could have a chinchilla farm? I mean, who wouldn't like chinchilla jerky? And he's like, what is wrong with you? I say a pet and you're looking at a monetary stream with weirdness. I was like, who wouldn't want a taxidermied chinchilla, in Civil War or Darth Vader wear? He's like, sometimes I don't even want to know what goes on in your brain. And I was like, it's probably good. He's like, I love you, but you scare me. And I was like, you have never been sexier.
money, and we realized baby making Brian Nuland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 15, please. Or did we do 15? Sorry. Number 2.
Telling the truth,
Okay.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I would have an objection to this video.
Tell me what it is.
Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here will be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
Comments?
That law doesn't apply to this case, Judge, or this evidence.
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis of this.
And John, thank you for your super chat. Remembering from YSL, this is just how rappers talk to each other for publicity. The Fro just decided to direct it at officers, and it worked. Yeah, it's an ego injury. It's something that, mocking you is a way. Again, if people could just learn to take a joke, if people could just learn to roll with things, it takes the sting out of it. When you become the funniest person in the room because you have thought of all the jokes before anyone else does. Me too.
Say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So like, I'll note the objection, overrule it, and allow it to be played. Got your objection down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
It was at this moment this man thought he had made a point. This bumbling butt monkey here, this like lowest person to pass the bar, thought that he was making a good point. He and Kathy Nestor should build a school for people who don't perceive well.
Can you expand it a little bit or not?
I cannot.
So we can see the sign? Okay. Detective Nuland, can you see what that sign says?
Yes,
What is it? Would you read it for us?
they stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead.
Holy shit. Can we give, you know what? I have been making fun of this man. I did not realize I was looking stuff up. Did y'all know he was Banjo Boy from Deliverance and he learned to read? Well, holy shit. I'm just so proud of him. I bet his shoes aren't even Velcro no more. I bet he learned how to use tie-up shoes. Banjo Boy, we salute you.
Videos selling my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property, and you filed a lawsuit properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. What videos I exposed my
So what does that say? Sorry. What did you read? Could you read what that said?
Yeah, Brian Newland stole my money.
Brian Nuland.
Reading twice in a row. Oh my God. Reading Rainbow helped you too. I know. Reading Rainbow, take a look. It's in a book for Reading Rainbow. It's okay. You know what? I'm just so proud of you, sweetheart. Do we have a GoFundMe for him? I had no idea.
My money. And that was just
I'm so going to hell. Oh my God, perpetually puzzled puzzler. Has anyone dropped toothpicks next to him? Why do I look, y'all, I would be so tempted. If you guys have ever seen Bob's Burgers, I may be Louise incarnate. No, she's autistic. We dropped toothpicks. How many toothpicks? 2. Tina, there's like 14 toothpicks.
published in the last few days, as far as you know.
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please?
He almost has 13 good boy points. I think today he'll get 15. You know, he's almost ready to move up from macrame to crochet. They are almost gonna let him handle a hook. You guys, fingers crossed he gets to graduate to crochet. We're rooting for you. I am going straight to hell.
But telling the truth and the truth, posting videos, selling my truth and my proof.
Okay, basis.
Same basis on it, yes.
Noted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short. You vandalized my property,
I think that's enough.
So I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. What videos I exposed my causes.
And that was the same video, obviously. Does it tell where that was posted?
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes.
So 2 different platforms, same video.
Yes.
Oh, and he knows how to count. Oh my God, look, he has object permanence now. Sweetie. I kind of feel like Forrest Gump's mom when he graduated. Like, I know he shouldn't graduate. I know there is no meritorious reason for him to graduate, but I'm just so damn proud. Forrest, you are as smart as you think you are, and don't ever let anyone tell you different.
And can we look at Exhibit 9, please? And I'm looking specifically about halfway, a little more than halfway down. Do you see Detective?
That is a landmine thing that I am in no way qualified to I feel in no way qualified to speak on, so that would be a chat question.
Where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff Department away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff Department a new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see what that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No, it's Facebook. I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
You go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care, but I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was someone in the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
Well, what's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
Just a cool little boy that got paid for shop the cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the lights and sirens on, parade through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or whatever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
Again, after Sandra Birchmore, this is so different. And again, it's sad that, because of Sandra Birchmore and what seems to be more and more, small town insular cop corruption, it's taking on a somewhat sinister connotation, despite, I am sure, there being people there that genuinely want to help children, but it seems like such a perfect place if you have bad intentions. Look, I am just saying that if my child was to participate in a shop with a cop event and this was the police officer, oy vey, we just became Jewish. You know what? We are going to go to Hanukkah Hawk with a pole lock. It's a separate event. I just forgot my great grandma Yentl dearly wished that we would go back to Judaism. Look, and that's just me. That's a personal thing based on nothing but weird Mo-isms.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
So, Detective, what effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed, upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or
No,
a comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement.
No, look, sir, I really don't find anything funny. Again, part of this is that I have, again, I don't know if I have a super twitchy brain, but some people, again, I am sure they are super kind people. I have had this experience several times in my life where objectively, I have met people, and I want to state this like very clearly. I have met people who are kind, sweet people, that have, on the surface, even the subsurface, even like from the 50-foot view to the microscopic inspection, have not done anything bad or weird to me. And there is something in my brain that is like, nope, 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 nope. And Sticky Widget, thank you for the super chat. Mo, I just popped a meme I made of this guy in your YouTube community area. Thank you. I'm getting used to the new YouTube community area. And since I have more people in here, if you are on the Twitter and I have not followed you back, it is not because you have creeped me out or I think I'm better than you. I have Look, this is my first time on Twitter. I am still trying to figure it out. And I didn't realize that they had a handy dandy list where you could follow back all the people that followed you. I did not know they even kept track of that. So I am trying to work through and follow everyone back. But I did want to apologize. So, like this officer, my defense is incompetence.
Have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools.
Oh.
And then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
Sir, again, hashtag Streisand who, hashtag the Afroman effect. You are not just known nationwide. No, sir. Think globally. Forever.
Did you ever have any evidence that other people were seeing these things other than the fact that it's on social media? But did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate they'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition in North Adams. I walked my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if I was another little boy. I'm touching him.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
That photo or it didn't happen. Alex, I'm gonna take well, yeah, I mean, okay, I amend my, so I am following back people that have legitimate bios. I am pretty sure the 50 Elon Musks and I think 10 Johnny Depps that all claimed to be official that wanted to follow me were all the real thing, but I did not follow them. And yeah, if it's like, I did grow up in the AOL chat room, so I am a little bit smart. If I can find the things, I am a little smart. I'm medium smart, as Megan says.
North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event, another comment's made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall was meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
Just call me
Again. Then you know what? If it's really bothering you, turn around and say, hey, it's not true. This is a kid's thing. Could you at least not say that around kids? And then you said something, but to cry to the entire world, again, showcasing the fact that you were cross-eyed. Who gave this mofo a gun? Again, here's my problem. All right.
thief and pedophile.
We are going on a Joe Rogan style tangent, but here's my mother effing problem with Joe Rogan. Look, Joe, I was promised by you and Alex Jones that the Illuminati, the reptilians, hell, the Catillions, or the Kardashians were in a secret cabal and were pulling the, strings, and they had a secret plan. Now, I really don't care who is the secret cabal, all right? But I was promised that they at least had a mother effing plan. because it seems to be that the Catillions, Reptilians, and Anunnaki, Illuminati, Masons, Episcopalians, and Shriners, whoever is running the damn cult, were the children left behind after No Child Left Behind. I was promised that the evil cabal behind all of this at least was smart. Hell, at least Emperor Palpatine in the original trilogy was flippin' smart. He was a daggone, strategery guy. Can't we just have nice cabals of, world-changing evil organizations? I want to go back to the time where I at least believed that the evil, shadowy people behind whatever was going on with humanity had a plan.
Why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs.
Yes.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs, but did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed.
And remember, he knows better than to ask the question because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in. So, same.
What other?
Cue Helen Lovejoy, someone. What? Won't someone think of the children? This judge.
What's the reason for your truancy?
Just couldn't make it on time.
You mean you couldn't?
Legitimately, I believe this judge wanted to catch all the Spicolis. That's why he gave up being a teacher and decided to become a judge.
Indications, if you had, detective, that people are seeing and responding to this accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. I've had people make comments at games while in the store. It's just so much stuff's happened. I don't even remember half of it.
You say you were in the military. Basic training, you say. Were you the recipient of the blanket party, not the people wielding the socks? Because you have marked all over you the guy that makes everyone do extra push-ups because he's a screw-up. So you're telling me you went through not only basic, but the police academy, and you still cry about hurty words?
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job.
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, is where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody, and it was where I planned to stay. It's been my career.
No. See, this doesn't logic. You would want to stay in the area where you have a support group of people who trust you intrinsically. These are, in fact, the people that could vouch for you. I've known him all his life. I've never seen any appropriate, interaction with children. No, in fact, the odd thing is for you to divorce yourself, not cleave to, your support group, and go to another area where people are actually presupposed to, believe, and prejudge you based on internet crapola rather than actual real life experience. So no, you mental midget, it doesn't logic out. If you took any time to think about this critically, you would realize that, but you can't even count money. And all you had to do was put it in piles like 20s, 5, 10s, 3. Hell, even my dyscalculic ass can do that. I was a cashier and I screwed up once or twice, but when I really took my time, I was able to do it. And you know what? I didn't make it an excuse. I just worked harder. because I had plenty of people, you know, that would make fun of me for it. I didn't use it as an excuse. I just worked harder.
I dedicated a lot of time, over 10 years, to Adams County. You know, whether it was like calling at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County, and I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go to a call or take a phone call, or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped one of my kids' games.
Yeah, and you can't tell me that, because two things can be true at the same time. And I find it convenient that he leaves town when significant child grossness charges come out against his brother, who was a police chief. It seems serendipitous that he can, you know, use the time period as being totally conducive to Afroman, when it, you know, it could be just as likely that he was moving because of his brother that he doesn't remember, like barely knows the guy, barely an inconvenience. Seems to be able to, you know, not remember.
For a little bit, because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking at me or something would be said to me, and just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October 2023.
You have, do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays.
Which parents? Who the hell? Again, this is why you do not leave your town, because I can tell you, you move into a new town and people see your face. Moms like Mo see your face, watch way too much Law and Order SVU. They're not sending their kids. This is why you would stay in Adams County, because at least people know that you seem to be a goodish guy. Again, it does not logic out.
I have 10 or 11 kids over, and essentially once this started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Again, look, I'm not trying to be a jerk face. I'm just saying, as a parent, this guy rucks up to your house. I like to, my kids would like your kids to come over and play. Mo, they have COVID. Deadly COVID. Nope. Nope. I'm just saying.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you through?
What? No. What in the actual hell? Oh, hell no. No. Get the hell. If I were the judge, this would be out, because don't you dare have the all fucking audacity to sit in a position of authority, to have a badge, to be able to take people's freedom away from them, and then tell me you didn't have the ball sack, your testicles did not descend enough that you didn't go up to Afroman himself and ask him to take it down. Again, if you are so butthurt about this, pull on your Superman underoos and go up to the man himself. But no, you got an attorney. Tell me you shouldn't have power without telling me you shouldn't have power. If you cannot go up to another man, again, I'm sorry. Tell me you're a butthurt baby face with tissue feelings.
Your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, now I think there is a little
Is this
bit.
a good time for a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Then we'll do that. Go off the record, take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
This is. Oh. Okay, I think it's this one.
So, Brian, you're still employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're employed in Norwood, correct?
Yes.
When you went to Norwood, you got a pay raise, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
How are you aware you got a pay raise? Does your wife count for you? Like, were you in shock? You were like, oh my God, the number's bigger. What will I do? Did you tell them, no, please pay me less. I can't count. It hurts me.
You were asked questions about a search warrant. Is it correct to say you were the chief in charge of executing that search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. And you counted all the money?
I did.
You had full control of it the whole time?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. So walk me through the process by which you cataloged the money.
So while we were conducting a search of the residence, another deputy located the money, I believe, in a jacket pocket from a suit. Okay. He handed me the money, explained to me where he found it. At that point, I start to count it in the same room. Once I count it, I collect it, put it in an evidence bag, and take it downstairs.
Okay. So let's back up. That was very general. So when you counted it, where did you count it?
I counted it in the bedroom where it was located.
And you counted it on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And you made specific piles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not all the money that was recovered is what was coming out of the suit, right?
Correct.
Where was the other money recovered?
There was more money covered from, I believe it was an office downstairs.
Okay. And where did you count that money at?
In that room.
On the floor?
I don't recall if it was on the floor or maybe on a desk that was there.
Okay. And you were wearing your body cam the whole time?
Yes.
What was the time difference between the suit jacket money and the money downstairs?
I don't recall.
You reviewed your body camera.
Sweetie Petey, do you struggle with time unless it has the digital? Are the arms hard for you? It's okay, sweetie. It's okay. I am sure you have a Casio on.
Yeah, it's been every year ago. I don't recall what the time frame was.
Well, Mr. Nuland, let's ask that question. You were deposed, correct?
Yes.
You were deposed on August 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Have you watched the body cam since then?
I haven't. Well, I take that back. I've watched pieces of it. Haven't watched the entire thing.
With both eyes?
What pieces have you watched?
Just of me counting the money from the bedroom.
You watched only the part of your body cam where you recounted the money in the bedroom only?
Correct.
You never watched the part for downstairs?
I did not.
You never watched the part where you sealed the evidence bag?
No.
Did you seal the evidence bag?
The evidence bag was not initially sealed, no.
What do you mean by initially sealed?
So it's not a self-sealing bag. It has to be taped.
Mm-hmm.
So it was placed in an evidence bag and then brought down.
Who the hell made the lead detective someone that you don't trust with tape? You sent Rudy out and he can't even use the tape dispenser? Again, why the hell is Milton in charge of anything?
There's a central location until it was transported to the sheriff's office.
And the central location, where was that?
In the kitchen.
And you left it there alone?
No.
Who did you leave it with?
When I first brought it downstairs, Officer Cooley was sitting at a counter and I asked him to keep an eye on it while I continued the search.
Okay. And did he keep an eye on it?
As far as I know, yes.
What do you mean as far as you know?
I mean, I wasn't there the entire time. I went on to continue searching the residence and come back down.
But wouldn't he be in the chain of custody?
Yeah.
So did he sign the evidence bag?
No, I didn't. He wasn't in charge of the custody in that sense of signing or sealing the evidence bag. I just brought the cash down while we was still conducting a search and asked for him to keep an eye on it.
So the cash was never left alone?
That's my knowledge, yeah.
This man is a detective.
Were you interviewed by a Mr. Robinson in relation to this matter?
No.
Okay. Did you make a report about the missing money?
I didn't know.
So there was this question about a return on a search warrant. Can you explain what that is?
The return?
Yes.
It's just an itemized list of properties seized from a location during a search warrant service.
Did it include an amount of money seized on it?
Yes.
Does that amount of money match what was written on the evidence bag?
Yes.
So as far as the court knows, there was more money taken than what was returned?
I'm sorry.
So as far as the court knows with the return, more money was taken than what was returned?
That's the way it appeared, yes.
Did you put in an amended search warrant return?
I don't believe so.
So you never corrected your statement to the court?
Correct.
Okay. Does the Adams County Sheriff's Office have a policy and procedure?
Why? Did you eat a lot of paint chips when you were a kid? Why?
I just feel like this question has been asked of this deputy. Or were you conceived on top of a pet cemetery, an old Sylvan, like an old haunted Sylvan learning center, a leering center? Like, what happened? Power fields? A microwave?
Pertaining to the counting of money as evidence?
I believe so.
What do you mean you believe so?
I haven't worked there in almost 3 years.
Well, before you worked there, did they have one?
It was, I don't necessarily know that it was a written policy, but it was to have 2 people count the money.
Did 2 people count the money?
No.
Oh, man, I'm confused on that. Can you tell me why?
So explain to me why it matters, like where you're going in this case.
Judge, it kind of matters because the entire reason they say they have a claim is because they claim that their reputation was without blemish prior to this. Now they're saying this with a straight face while having this haircut, those particular facial features, and that gomless smirk that has adorned his face this entire time. Not only that, but his defense against wrongdoing was that he is functionally slow and cannot count. And for all of these multitude of failures, he not only succeeded, but got a promotion at another facility or another police force. So again, the entire premise of this, Judge, rest on the fact that these officers assert that their reputations were there to damage. So I don't know how a twice college dropout can ascertain this, this thought pattern, and you can't.
This is context. Tell me why it's relevant.
Your Honor, this is relevant because if the evidence of Mr. Robinson is admitted, which he has not been here yet, but if it is admitted, this would be direct evidence since he did not interview the person who counted the money. This would go to counter Mr. Robinson's report. And actually in my motion in limine, I talked about it in the idea that we did not have time to depose Mr. Robinson to determine what his investigation was or who he interviewed. As such, I'm asking a leading question of Mr. Nuland because he didn't follow the policies and procedures. This was not taken into account by Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Robinson has made certain conclusions in his report that this would tend to cause issue with.
Mr. Robinson on your witness list?
Mr. Robinson is listed on Mr. Klingler's witness list.
Is he going to be called?
Depending on what happens, he might be.
Spoiler alert, they called him to the shock of no one except this attorney and these unfortunate side effects of the increase in safety warnings. They were the only 10 people shocked by this being a terrible idea to bring Afroman to testify.
My concern is going to be hearsay. And everything you're asking the wrong witness is in that category. I get what you're doing. I just try to follow the trail of breadcrumbs.
I'm afraid I'm not understanding the hearsay argument, Your Honor.
He's going to say what another person said and observed.
No, he was an employee of the department and therefore should have some functional memory of what general policies were, considering he was the lead in this particular incident. He should have a general but not maybe eidetic or photographic memory of what the policies were when conducting a search and, retrieving evidence. It's not a terrible it shouldn't be a terribly difficult thing, but this is going to be like trying to watch me do that. If you ever want to see Mr. Mo in physical pain, now this was before Cracker Barrel lost their mind, but before Cracker Barrel lost their mind, we would go and I am physically incapable of getting the golf pin thing correctly. Like I am in the short bus according to the golf pin thingamabob. Like, and I always figure like today's gonna be the day. Today's gonna be the day I beat this. It is never the day I beat this. Mr. Mo, he always tries to tell me there is a formula, there is a pattern, and I watch him and I am like Dory from Finding Nemo. I forget. So if I ever want to torture Mr. Mo, it would be to get one of those games and play it in front of him because I'm terrible at it.
See it, but read about it or doesn't have it firsthand. He already said he wasn't involved in that part of it. I'm going to give you some room to work.
I have moved past that. That's where I was talking about the policies and procedures, which would not be hearsay in the idea he should know
I
what they
get
are.
that. I'm just trying to track where you're going so I don't miss the ship sailing. Go ahead.
This could have all been a sidebar. Those do exist. It's almost like you should know this, Judge.
So, Mr. Nuland, you worked at the Adams County Sheriff's Office from, what was the date on that? 2014 to 2023.
Yes.
During that time, when you started the Sheriff's Office in 2014, you reviewed the policies and procedures?
Yes.
So you would have seen the policy on counting cash?
If there was one at the time, yes. I don't recall.
So you don't know if there was a policy at the time?
Correct.
Okay. So how do you know it was supposed to be counted by two people?
That was the practice that we normally adhered to. It would be counted by one and then recounted by a second.
Okay. And the second person would initial the evidence back?
No, it was just kind of like almost like a system of checks and balances. And then the seizing officer would still initial.
No. It's a system of redundancies. Again, English is the language we all agreed on. Please try getting a thesaurus and or reading anything above a young adult novel. No, strike that. Start at young adult novels. But not Captain Underpants. I think you're better than that, sir.
Seal up the evidence.
This may sound an extremely stupid question. How many times did you count the money?
I counted it one time.
Why only once?
At the time, there was so much going on. I counted the one time, put it in the bag, and until he got done.
Okay. So when you retrieved the bag, you never counted it again?
Correct.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag before you left?
I did not.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag at the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was sealed at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
I didn't ask if it was sealed. I asked if you sealed it.
Yes, I would have sealed the bag.
Back to the deposition of August 8th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember I asked you about the money?
I remember that conversation about the money, yes.
Oh. Do you remember I asked you if you sealed the evidence bag at that time?
I don't recall you asking that.
Really? Okay. Did you ask the sheriff to do an investigation on the missing money?
I didn't, no.
Okay. So I just want to get something clear here because my notes are a little fuzzy. You were in the Army at the same time you were a deputy, right?
So yes, I was in the reserves at the time.
Okay.
Thank God. Can you imagine? This man was the 75th line of defense between the Mississippi River and gravity. Now, on a very serious note, I am from a family who has had active duty service members and National Guard, and I thank them both for their service. I'm just glad that this man was very, 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 very far away from anything expensive or vital to national security.
So that's why you would have been a full-time deputy in 2014 and then discharged honorably from the military in 2015?
Correct.
Okay. You said this job was exciting.
Yeah.
What do you mean by exciting?
So, like I said, when I left the military, I wanted a career that would be not mundane, but kind of like an exciting, something new type of career. So I chose law enforcement.
Okay. And you've been called derogatory names before, correct?
Yes.
Significant derogatory names, correct?
Yes.
Tell us some. What's your most creative derogatory name that you've ever heard? Have people questioned whether your parents were siblings?
And that's by members of the public, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned you have some brothers. Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he the chief of Peoples?
He was.
Police? Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the images has William Nuland, and as you read through the post actually talks about Mr. Nuland leaving the police department. So therefore, I am building a foundation to show the truth of what statements are in there.
Is that the reference to the plaintiff's picture?
It's a reference to one of his exhibits. Yes, give me a second. I'll tell you which exhibit.
As long as it refers to that exhibit, I get where you're going, so you can keep going.
Okay. I'll re-ask the question. Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through the Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And it is a fair statement to say it involved minor children?
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about your brother's crime he was charged with?
Just what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close to your brother?
I know nothing. I see nothing. That guy, I barely know him. Like, only saw him once or twice.
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you close to your family then?
Yeah, most of my family.
Then why not your brother who's in law enforcement?
Well, we were both in the Army at the same time, separate parts of the world. We kind of got close again, and then once this...
From a distance, you don't look like you shouldn't be near schools. It's like... what? He was so far away that the tin can string wouldn't stretch. I had no idea how to contact him.
You know, his issues happened. We kind of just drifted apart again.
So you drifted apart once he had a criminal problem?
Correct.
Now let's talk about that. Has anybody asked you about that prior to 2022 when he was charged?
No.
No one asked you about your brother?
I'm sorry. Like before he was charged and it came out to everybody? No.
So no one asked you about your brother being charged with a crime?
Yeah, after the fact. I've been asked about.
When was the first time you were asked about it then?
It would have been shortly after he was charged or arrested. Okay. It was all a complete surprise to me.
And that was prior to Mr. Foreman's video and post, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared.
I'll take things that never happened for 800, Alex. Yes, I'd like to risk the daily double.
And I wasn't put in music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged.
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
No.
Not at all?
No.
I call bullshit.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question.
Your Honor, my client is too stupid to extrapolate, well, hypothetical scenarios or even abstract scenarios. He's very much a concrete concept kind of person. We're just glad he's mastered object permanence because holy crap, every time that we'd go peekaboo, he'd be terrified. Holy Jesus. The problem is that, yes, he is stupid, but he thinks, like the current writers of modern Hollywood, that everyone is as stupid as they are. They do not realize that, no, there's an entire world that thinks on levels they can't even comprehend. It's like going from 2D life to 3D life. They have no idea that there are complete stratospheres of thoughts above the level to which they can comprehend. They simply think everyone is stupid or stupider than them, to their peril and detriment. Hollywood.
Strike it.
We'll strike the question and move on.
Thank you. See, that would be a classic example of testimony from the lawyer, not the witness who said he doesn't know. Go ahead.
If you don't know if they treated you differently when your brother's was on the front page of the paper, how do you know that your treatment today, or as you've testified to, was due solely to Mr. Foreman?
Anders, we are rewatching the trial in which Afroman victoriously championed the First Amendment to make fun of police officers who overstepped the bounds of a search warrant. That they got a search warrant based on a confidential informant who told them that, Afroman had basically human trafficked a woman to his basement in his house. Now, upon entering his house, they discovered no basement. They did discover cash and two joints, which is kind of disappointing for Afroman. I'd have thought he'd have like his own reverse osmosis hydroponic grow system. Like I figured he would have like technologists, like Towley level, Tegrity Farm level of Scientology. So I am a little disappointed. I guess it's true what they say, never meet your heroes. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's probably illegal to do all that in Ohio. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Any hoozle, Afroman being the artist and, shit lord genius that he is, decided to make, music videos and not so nice posts. And, these officers got their feelings hurt, so they have decided to sue him for defamation and emotional damage. Now, this man might have had the only legitimate claim against Afroman because Afroman had alleged that he was a child grossness person. This was the only thing, because Nick did stream this trial earlier when it was contemporaneous. That was the only time that I thought that perhaps there was a legitimate claim, but the rest of them are just crying over hurt feelings. And while you do kind of feel sorry for the female, what is it? the Lisa woman, you also don't give your bullies the ammunition of the perfect, realization of where your soft spots are. And Peter A. Paints, don't stream the music video, label will strike you. Good to know. I was wondering about that because I know Kat did it in her stream, and I was wondering if it would strike it. I will say that I am going to have to look at Afroman's, I guess, discography, because, like I said, I didn't realize he had any more songs other than Because I Got High. So I am definitely going to have to, circle back around and watch all of his music videos.
Well, prior to this, nobody called me a pedophile. Prior to this, there was nothing published about me being a pedophile. Prior to this, nobody asked me if I was molesting my own 3-year-old son.
What about the office?
This is the stream.
Let me rephrase the question. Did the officers that you work with at Norwood put up a picture or an image of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did you ask them to take it down?
No.
Did they think it was funny?
Yes.
And they're in law enforcement?
Oh, JKD Buck, sir, since you have your hanky out and you're going to be crying anyway, I give you this work of art from our very own JKD Buck. It's almost like he could be Luke Bryan. I'm sorry, butthead. Oh, his little feelings are going to get so hurt.
Yes.
Do they think any different of you because of this?
I don't know.
They don't treat you differently?
I work with them, but I don't really associate with them. I go there and I do my job and I come home.
When you interview...
Oh, so you're the... Okay, you know what? This is what happened. Y'all, he is the Ramathorn. He is the Ramathorn of the he is the Ramathorn from Super Troopers of any department he goes to. He just cannot get a vibe. He can't figure things out. He can't people. And God love him, he keeps trying to order a liter of cola.
For the Norwood Police Department, they never held anything Mr. Foreman said against you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it did not affect your professional career then?
Oh, it absolutely did.
How so?
Even if I move locations from Adams County to Cincinnati or to Los Angeles, people still ask if I'm a pedophile. People still ask me what it's about. People still ask me if I'm a thief.
But the people you work with do not ask that, correct?
They don't ask me that, no.
When you were interviewed, your future employer never asked you that question?
No.
So then when you say it damaged your reputation, you're only referring to people in the public, correct?
No. That's just what people in the public is what I know. Maybe people...
Okay, no. Lawyer, contact me. Lawyer for the plaintiffs, contact me. Since you seem to be a lawyer that takes legally nebulous cases, allegedly, and or at least cases that are destined to lose, can you make a class action lawsuit for all of us who had to watch in horror and feel the mental anguish and pain as this man tried to cobble together with 2 working neurons a cogent thought to respond to simple questions? Like, my brain hurt watching him trying to piece together the alphabet to create a statement.
I do have bias against me, in law enforcement. I don't know.
Okay. Were you ever passed up for promotion because of this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined because of this?
No.
He's like, damn it. Damn it. I've been asking for spankings all day. Allegedly. But did you see that little, I mean, he has been spankings.
And you agree while you're out in the public, people are seeing you perform your law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And based upon what they see, they will make comments about you, correct?
Yes.
So how you perform your duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
And you've testified in the courtroom before, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mexican Vader, aftercare is important. Yes, my books are that bad. Okay, on a slight side tangent, I have never horrified my mother more than when she's like, you know what? I'm retired. And I know you like to read, so I want to start reading. So I know you have a lot of books that you like. And I was like, oh crap. Okay. So I was like, where are we starting from? And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, are you more comfortable in the, Nora Roberts, euphemistic, flowery language, or are you okay with the Sandra Brown? We're using some naughty words, or the books I read that have chapters that I don't want to tell you about ever, under pain of sodium pentothal death and never hearing Genesis again. I still won't speak. And my mom's like, oh, there are books like that? And I was like, not to your knowledge. She's like, you know what? I'll ask my church friends. And I was like, that answers that question. I would stick with Nora Roberts. She has a lot of books. I was like, do not read any of the books. There are no recommendations I have for you. I can recommend nothing for you.
Have you ever testified in a civil case before?
No.
Have you ever testified in a civil case that involved the duties of a police officer before?
No.
You've had citizens comment on your execution of your duties before, correct?
Yes.
Not all those comments have been positive, have they?
Correct.
And so you would agree that as a police officer, you are subject to public scrutiny?
Yes.
Now, son, look at me with both eyes. So I know you're paying attention.
And you've
He can't help it. Look, normal Mo would not make fun of his eye, but the absolute ludicrous, the level of absurdity that it is the fact that multiple police departments have seen his cross-eyed behind and decided to give him a weapon. Just look, you have to laugh so you don't cry because it's terrifying.
never sought to keep your status as a law enforcement officer secret?
No.
Have you ever been in a local newspaper?
Yes.
Was it positive or negative?
Positive.
Okay. But not everything they write is positive, is it?
Correct.
It's not a trick question, sweetie. You don't have to look around for like a secret answer.
As you've said that people can comment on your execution of your duties as a police officer, did you follow the procedure correctly in execution of the search warrant?
In the execution of the search warrant itself, yes.
Okay. So you knocked on the door as required by law?
Correct.
Okay. And then you decided to kick it in?
Correct.
And then when you couldn't kick it in, you went to the side door with a battering ram?
Correct.
Afro man, what kind of deadbolts you use for a friend? I'm just saying. Although none of these officers look like they take either cardio or lifting seriously. Let's just say physical fitness is not a part of their job that they're maintaining for a vast majority.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
Your Honor, he is claiming that his reputation is linked to how he performs his official duties. I am merely introducing that he has not followed procedures, and therefore a person can criticize him on that, and therefore he would have that as part of his reputation that everybody would have to consider.
Well, we don't have any standard against which to measure that.
No, stop. You don't have any standard. You could have stopped there. You could have maintained at least verisimilitude of well, non-bias. And yet you kept going. Your determination to bust through, the chains of balance and fairness. Congratulations.
Which is the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
So how are we going to get a standard against which to measure that? Otherwise, you get a dance in the pea patch that said we're not dancing it.
If we can't present that he hasn't done his job correctly and that would reflect negative on his reputation, then I don't understand what we would be presenting that, because his reputation is exactly what he is claiming is damaged. It is the very issue that they're going to ask for money damages about.
Do you have an expert that's going to say there was a violation of the search warrant process?
No, we're just going to introduce policies and procedures in place at that time.
There are some?
There are, yes.
Well, then put the foundation out there first. Like my prior decision, made that clear.
I'm sorry, do you think police stations just operate on a, hey, crowd testing, we'll figure it out when we get there? Now, evidence proves that this particular station seems to have operated like that. But no, generally organizations with hierarchical, kind of organization or, structure tend to have very decided, chain of commands and standard operating procedures. They tend to be very strict, very legalistic because of, well, whatever. I mean, some people will say the patriarchy, but some people will say that, oh, they're supposed to be, in theory, operating efficiently and functionally. Whichever reality you choose to live in.
I'm trying to work with it, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty good about staying laser focused.
Sir, you're as laser focused as Ian freaking Crossland on Timcast. I am shocked you haven't started talking about effing graphene. You have not been near the point, unless it's to point out how the plaintiff's case could be better and to hand walk the attorney to the path of intelligence or at least coherence. So how about you be quiet?
I'm trying to ask the questions now so I don't have to recall Mr. Nuland after the Sheriff Kenny Dick is called, so he can tell us what the policies were at that time. But I can save this line of questioning and recall him later for it if that would be more amenable to the court.
I don't see policies and procedures on your witness list.
The witness list or exhibit list, Your Honor?
All together, so exhibit list. I might have an old one.
There is an amended one, if I may, Your Honor.
You have one, Mr. Plainman?
Yes.
Amended when? Mine's dated March 12th, so if you amended it on Friday, it might be out of date.
March 12th.
I have an amended witness list. I don't see Sheriff's Office policy and procedure.
Policies and procedures for Adams County Sheriff's Office.
So that's isn't the whole policy procedure manual?
Yes, Your Honor, although we're going to try to tailor it to just what's relevant, so we don't have an entire manual. And Judge, we stipulated to the authenticity of
That comes in.
that document, so
Okay.
you need to witness it. Authenticate it.
You forgot that, Mr. Osborne.
I would note I would need Mr. Dick to come in and say they were in place at the time, as Mr. Nuland can't remember that they were in place at the time.
We might be able to stipulate.
Now, it's not every time you're in public that people yell and scream thief or pedophile, correct?
Correct.
There's quite a few times you can have.
Not before. Again, the monumental strategic stupidity of not either A, ignoring this, or B, leaning into this and, again, taking the reins of the joke and making it your own. Lemon pound cake, bake off, freaking, challenge Afroman to a rap battle diss off or whatever. Look, I've only watched 8 Mile once. I'll be real honest with you. I kind of hitched my musical wagon to Alanis Morissette, the 90s, and Phil Collins, Steve Winwood, Mike and the Mechanics, the Cars, Rush, of course. Basically everything from the 80s except for effing Rod Stewart.
Have a peaceful meal with your kids and never have any problems.
Correct.
It's only at certain times this occurs.
He does. Bless his heart, he does. Oh no. Legal mindset from Tim Yu. Someone needs to do a side by side what I ordered, what I got. I will say I think legal mindset is objectively an attractive person, man. But I'm married. Like I notice objective attractiveness, but I'm not hunting, so it's kind of like, okay. Look, I'm weird enough that I'm just thankful Mr. Mo likes me, and I am clinging on to that and never letting go. He knows all my weird. I don't have to like confess more than like I pretend to sleep when I'm in great pain, so he doesn't happen to see me in pain. But yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever been accused before of stealing money from traffic stops?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Foreman that accused you, correct?
Correct.
Do tell. Spill the tea.
Have you seen a copy of Mr. Robinson's report?
He's like, damn you arithmetic. My nemesis strikes again. Addition. One day I will subtract you from my life.
I may have seen, I don't believe I've seen the whole report. When he first conducted the report or conducted the investigation, I was provided a copy of the report or a partial copy.
But you never sent that to Mr. Foreman, did you?
I didn't know.
You would agree if someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration?
I'm sorry.
If someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Ask him if he knows the word exaggeration first. Again, you are making assumptions that might greatly, greatly skew these. Well, oh, I'm shocked.
Nobody would take that seriously, correct?
I'm sure somebody would.
So when you talk about your reputation, are you talking about your reputation only in Adams County, or are you talking about it in the whole world?
My reputation in general. Adams
And what?
County and the county, the entire world.
The entire world. So you care what people think about you in Australia?
When it affects me and my job, yes.
How does Australia affect your job?
I'm not saying that it does. I'm just using it as a generalization. If it affects me and my...
No. See, it's not, you're not understanding the concept. You are not making concrete what any of your damages are. Again, he is asking you, what are the concrete, meaning actual things that you can feel, see, taste, touch, or show in your bank account that prove that Afroman, cost you money. Again, the defense attorney is, proving that, again, if everyone in Australia thinks you are dumber than a box of rocks, the world will keep turning. And apparently Ohio will keep promoting you in the police force. So it doesn't really matter to you, does it? Thank your lucky stars that for whatever reason, Ohio has elected for the police force to be the one area where you can fail upwards. Godspeed, Ohio. Though I say this, I'm from Indiana. I doubt that Indiana is much different or really any locality anywhere. So I'm not trying to throw stones in glass houses, y'all.
personal life and my job, yes, it matters to me.
Then Cletus,
Now,
maybe
you're
get a
claiming
stupid grin
that
off your face.
by being called a thief, you were painted in a false light.
Yes.
And what exactly does that mean?
That I was being painted in a false light.
You've been accused of stealing from traffic stops before.
So being accused of stealing in traffic stops before was when money was seized and forfeited by the courts and no longer returned. And I was, unquote, quote unquote, called a thief.
Okay.
Never.
So, where also I was just doing my job, didn't quite fly. And yes, I understand that I'm going to violate Godwin's law, but the Nuremberg trial, again, facilitating a state law that is intrinsically state theft, and you decided that you were going to uphold the Constitution. If you were really a Chad the way, you say you are, and a total patriot, you wouldn't be facilitating state-sponsored theft. Oh, let's see here. Hey, streamer, if you follow me, I follow back forever. I already built 240. No, thank you. I mean, I appreciate the offer. I'll run it by my HR.
To this extent.
Okay.
Never to this broad,
But you would agree there is some similarity here. Money was seized here too.
Correct.
This is their stream. I do not know. And then let's see here. Okay, we've got day one.
Times as a law enforcement officer, did any of those cause you to quit your job and find a job in another place?
No.
You said, I think, that some officers in Norwood posted, was it a picture of Afroman, of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did they post a picture of the accusation that you're a pedophile?
No.
As a public official, you're subject to scrutiny, I believe was Mr. Osborne's question, and you agree with that, correct? You're subject to scrutiny.
Yes.
And when you became a police officer, did you think you were signing up for being called a pedophile and having to lose your job?
No.
Do you think do you think being called a pedophile is just an exaggeration?
No, I don't.
You got asked a question about your emotions and whether or not you've seen a doctor, and I believe you said you haven't.
No.
Can you tell us anything about the atmosphere in law enforcement circles that, as you've experienced it, and the attitude toward therapy and emotions and that sort of thing?
There's a stigma on seeking medical help or seeing a doctor, taking therapy.
Yeah, because what we really should have is a bunch of, people that have maladaptive coping mechanisms and, high stressors. We should definitely, encourage. Again, if your fifis are truly hurt to the point that it is affecting your daily life and your relationships with your family members, get help. Oh my Bob Ross, that made my day, JK Debug.
He just expected to take it and move on, and it's all fun and games, kind of like, them posting that picture on my computer. I didn't find it funny at all, but they did. Like, it's just that stigma, around law enforcement in general.
So you've been dealing with this by yourself, as you say, without medical help?
Yes.
Those are all my questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome, Kat Knott Williams Raiders. And thank you for all your work you did to bring this trial to light, because this has been fantastic. After a night where I have basically had no sleep and needed to laugh, I am so glad to be able to, again, I want y'all to really think about this, because I was thinking about it this morning, and I said it before, but I'll say it again. Look, I'm not going to say that our country is perfect, all right? But again, I want you to think how awesome it is that as a country, in less than 300 years, 250, we have gone from a country where when we wrote our foundational freedoms, we didn't treat every man as an equal, to today, nearly 250 years later, where the First Amendment, our foundational freedom, was upheld by Afroman. Now, I don't know if I was just really geeked out about that, because maybe I just am the only one that thinks that way, but I just thought that was really cool. Because, again, Afroman might not be your cup of tea. He might not, like I said, I kind of stopped my musical love at like Lilith Fair, angry 90s girl music, and 80s, like Phil Collins and me. But I have found that I really do enjoy Afroman's music. He definitely has a great sense of humor. Thank you, Squaw Bob, for the gifted membership, and that went to David Taylor, 3062. Welcome to the Church of Mo. We have Dark Chocolate Sarcasm, and as the world's best semi-cult leader, in fact, the only cult leader in history that doesn't want to bang your wife. Again, how I can't have my own 501c3 by now, I don't know. Mr. Mo says I can't have my own religion. I curse too much. And I was like, well, that, and he's afraid I'm going to get struck by lightning, because let's be real, I'm already the world's worst Christian. I really do not need to tempt fate anymore. Thank you for the membership and the support.
Just a few more questions, Brian. You would agree that there was mistakes made during the search and counting the money and everything, correct?
Yes.
So it was not done perfectly, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that as an officer, you're...
Okay, again, we need to go to full screen. I am going to try to pause it at the correct moment because if I don't make fun of this and make it hysterical, I will cry for the future of humanity.
So it was not done perfectly, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that as...
How the hell have 2 police departments and the U.S. military given this mother effer a force multiplier and freedom seeds? Who the hell has looked at his eyeballs and said, you know what, this dude should have a force multiplier? In fact, we should make him one of the relatively few people that is legally kind of allowed to tell other people what to do. I can't be the only one that's noticed. He's cross-eyed. And y'all wonder, I said it this morning on Mornings with Mo, but I'll say it again. Y'all, it's not the Fermi paradox. It's not, anything with the third body. The reason that aliens haven't contacted us is because these mother effers are the people that are being beamed out on the internet waves into space. These are our mother effing representatives. We are the ghetto Walmart of the universe. Change my mind. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I am willing to debate you, but I say screw Fermi. We are just the Walmart of the universe. Aliens lock their doors and go off the turnpike to stay away from our quadrant.
An officer, you're supposed to take it and move on. Is that part of having a thick skin as a police officer?
I guess you could work that way, yeah.
Is it correct to say that the officers at Norwood found it funny, but you didn't?
Correct.
So some people find things funny that you don't find funny?
Yes.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't like George Carlin funny because he talks too fast and uses big words. You're probably more of a carrot top guy, which says more about you. And actually, in Mo's America, would put you on a list of some sort.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Better step down. What do you got that's going to get me 30 or 40 minutes? Clean
Our next witness, Judge, is Lieutenant Lisa Phillips.
Can you get through your direct by 4:15 to 4:30?
That may be difficult.
Can you give me somebody you can get through?
I think I can get through my direct, Judge.
That's the goal. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you can do that, Mr. Limpet.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you?
Oh, did need to tell you guys, Hagatha the leg, if you guys don't know, I do have CRPS. And normally I don't make ad hominem attack on low-hanging fruit, such as her voice or her inability to take a joke. Also, why the flippin' flapjack would you go to a tanning bed and then not redraw your eyebrows on? Like, you already, like, let's be real here. Like, we women aren't oblivious. Like, when I was fluffy, I didn't need the mirror to tell me I was fluffy, but I could see it, okay? So you're telling me she looks in the mirror every morning and she just decides eyebrows, fuck it. Anywho, went off on that tangent, but warning. I had a very bad pain night last night. Hagatha the leg is basically in charge, and well, she is kind of a see you next Tuesday, but she's funny. So we might all be going to hell and or may not be allowed in Ohio after the comments made on this stream. So basically, if there are littles near you and you don't, I do try to curtail my cursing, but not safe for work. Basically, I wouldn't have this on blast going through Ohio.
You introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Lisa Phillips,
And Lisa, where do you live?
Adams County.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
At least 24 years or so.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
When did you start your career in law enforcement?
2001.
And what were you doing at that time?
And when did you start your Virginia Slim habit? Like kindergarten? Like, do you rip the filters off your Camels? Because I'm gonna need to know. Like, did your family burn tires in the front yard?
I graduated high school in 2000 and went to the police academy.
Well, what academy did you go to?
Greenfield Police Academy in Hillsborough.
And how long have you known you wanted to be a police officer?
Since I was a kid.
What was your first position then?
Did you want to be Cagney or Lacey? Or did it not really matter?
Out of the academy?
Part-time West Virginia Police Department.
And then when did you become, was your next job a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
When did?
No, I believe the plaintiff's attorney, the one who's talking to her right now, is going to bring out the fact that she is married to a man. But I still say, okay, in a totally not joking way, if you guys are new to my channel, I always kind of create background headcanon for witnesses. And if you are a child of the 90s, I imagine her husband to be very much in the model of, if you were a fan of the Rugrats, you know, Phil and Lil's mom, the mom was definitely more wore the pants, and then their dad was very much more, you know, not. So I imagine her husband to be very much like Phil and Lil's mom. And that is my, you know, very comfy chair psychology, for which I am not licensed or trained and basically make a joke of.
Did you start as a deputy sheriff?
September of 2002.
And do you have family here in Adams County?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have a husband?
Yes, sir.
You have a child?
Yes, sir.
How old is your child?
She's 21.
And did she go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir.
Do you have other family in the area?
I got grandma and cousins and family like that.
And did you ever serve as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
I took the job full-time at the sheriff's office as a school resource officer. Is what I started off as, deputy sheriff, school resource officer. Then was there for the kids, just keep the kids safe, you know, out of any kind of danger. I also was there for the kids, you know, as far as.
Okay. Now, I know I have that weird quirk about audio stuff. Now, ma'am, I know you have always thought that your voice was, you know, kind of your Achilles heel. Well, I am here to turn that frown upside down. Now, again, as with most things that I think about, It's more of a squint, and if you have really dark humor, it's incredibly funny and might be incredibly lucrative. But listen up, because I am going to give you a bajillion-dollar idea. Now, actually, you have a great tonal quality to play male vocal characters in audiobooks. I know, look, it's probably not the mutant superpower you wanted, but do you think 12-year-old Mo wanted to be visited by the tit fairy and she didn't even drop off, like training boobs? No, I got D's during like from June to August, right before middle school, and a headgear. So, look, we have all been made fun of. At least you didn't have to go to school with the stupid headgear 24/7 and D boobs that I had no idea what to do with. So, yes, we've all struggled. You are not the Rosa Parks of being made fun of. Again, you can either use your setbacks to, you know, I am complaining. Again, the grass is always greener on the other side. If you are in the itty bitty committee, you would like to be in the over the shoulder boulder holder, consortium. Now, as a member of the over the shoulder boulder holder, card carrying member number 803 HC, I I would sell my look, I would donate my boobs have done look, I am done having children. They have way past their Kelly Blue Book value. I am ready to become not only a member of the itty bitty committee, but the president. Now, Mr. Mo is not behind my plan, but like, no, no. That's what I want. I like when people look at me, I want to be they're like flat as a pancake and be like, "Hells yeah," because I've carried these around and they cause you neck strain, and I'm just done with them.
I mean, bonding with the kids, keeping them, as far as like way of life, just to, you need somebody else to be there, Sometimes they need somebody to talk to. I've done that quite a bit.
And did you sometimes greet the kids when they got dropped off at school?
In the morning, I directed traffic at the school.
And did you have occasion to know any of Mr. Foreman's children?
I don't know him by name, but I have let him out of the vehicle before, or not let him out, but greeted him.
Now, this is the stream. It should come back here in a second.
Yes, sir.
And that home was located here in Adams County on Russellville Road?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be a part of that warrant team?
I was called in. I wasn't actually working.
You weren't on duty?
No, sir.
And is that part of your job? Even if you're off duty, if you need to be called in for something, you drop everything and go do it?
Yes.
She's like, Phil Collins insert. Lisa, don't you lose my number. 'Cause she's not anywhere in the soprano range. Okay, that was mean. But
was Mr. Foreman home during the warrant execution?
No, sir.
Were any of his children present?
Not initially.
Did you see any of his children?
I will say I feel bad for women who aren't overtly very feminine, because I feel like now everyone's looking for an Adam's apple, and I don't feel like we're subtle at it.
On that night?
In the vehicle with their mother.
Just to clear that up, can you tell us what happened?
Come in the driveway, and I was on the outer post of the house as far as like the perimeter area. And she pulled up with the kids, and I went over and spoke with her, and I told her we probably wouldn't be good for the kids to see us, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't be there to be upset or anything.
Excuse me. Do you know whether the children live there or do they live somewhere else?
They live up the road. Up down the road from there.
With their mother?
Yes.
So then did they leave, or did the children never went into the house or anything?
No, sir.
Dolly, we're so close to preventing the birth of the Antichrist. Why would you do that?
Did you take any money that night?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after this warrant was executed, did you start becoming aware of things Mr. Foreman was posting about you on the internet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Nope. Female married to a man. Testified to under oath.
We have some exhibits that we want to show you. Do you have them lined? Do you have them lined up, Natalie?
I have them pulled up.
Okay.
They won't play.
Yeah.
Yeah, quid pro quo. Now, judging by the general age range of the plaintiffs, the complaintiffs, the whingers, they were around during the very early days of the internet, the wild, wild west of AOL chat rooms, where you were most likely getting cursed out by a 9-year-old who had said, ASL 18, some other state and English. It's like they've never interneted before.
Let's go to the first one. Is that the order that we put them in?
I have the order.
Which number is this?
This is number 19.
Thank you. So Lisa, we're showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 19. This looks like a post from September 17th, 2022. Was that shortly after the execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Can we blow it up just a little bit? Okay, down. Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more right there. Has anybody in Adams County verified her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might. Whoop out something bigger than yours. If this lady is your friend, I wouldn't leave her alone in my house. Or I'll put it this way, if you leave and your video system is messed up, et cetera, et cetera. And then down below a little further, my name for this particular officer is Lieutenant Mona Lickamlow Lisa.
How in the hell did the jury keep a straight face? Because objectively, all of these are hilarious, and I would be snort laughing. Now, look, ma'am, I get it. This is your sore spot. I am sure since however long your voice has been very deep, you have gotten crap for it. I'm sure, in a male-dominated field, you've gotten extra crap for it. I get it. But you either get over it or you continue to let it hurt you. And I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you can either be a victim of what hurts you or you can find a way to make it, make it funny, make it hilarious, whatever you do with it. But if you let it fester, if you let it live in your head rent free, then I'm sorry, but Afro Man wins. So you need to decide whether you're going to let Afro Man live rent free in your head and everyone else's opinions about you. And you should be at the age where you're in full fuck off mode, where you're like, you know what? I'm in my gonna guess mid-40s. I don't care about trends. I don't care about fads. I am who I am, and kiss my ass. You should be at the point in your life where you give a rat's ass whether you're cool or not, and you are letting Afroman. Oh, okay. So I'll go to Crosswire for that. But embrace it. So you have a low voice. It's actually very soothing. It's not, you know, it's got a nice rasp to it. It's not terrible. And if your husband likes it and your kid loves you, then screw them. You need to go home and you need to watch Angus from the early 90s. And then again, follow that motto, screw them. I mean, I hate to have to go after school special. I'm not Oprah or Jesus, but seriously, woman to woman, woman up.
When did you first see this posting, if you recall?
Shortly after the warrant.
Okie dokie.
That was over three and a half years ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one. And you see here, it says disconnect after stealing my money.
What's the number?
Sorry, exhibit plaintiff's 20, Your Honor, thank you. Is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lickumlow, Lisa full of shit Phillips, but she loves stealing money.
You've got to admit that he does have a way with words. I mean, you may not agree with the tone or maybe the words themselves, but you got to admit he is a wordsmith of some caliber, and I'm here for it. Now, we're probably going to go for another 15 minutes or so. Hi, Broken Baker Raiders. Because, as I said, I appreciate all of you watching, but that's about as long as Hagatha the craptastic leg has in her. So welcome, Baker Raiders. We are watching this shenanigans of a stream. Now, I will be speeding through the videos so we don't get copyright struck. Although, sir, Mr. Afroman, if you will, could you please, let us watch these hilarious videos without copyright striking us?
And disconnecting cameras of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. That's March 25th of 2023. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21, and it's a video.
Okay, we are going to go through the video, even though it is objectively, and I thought it was hilarious. Now I understand she's deeply hurt. Where is... Because I think we continue to play the video several different times. They continue to play but we are going to listen to the defense make a very cogent argument.
This is a video that was posted, I believe.
And thank you, Squad Bob, for gifting another membership. Welcome to the Church of Mo. Not yet a 501c3, but there's always tomorrow. And that went to Chrissy Bacon 8430. So welcome. We have, well, dark chocolate sarcasm and, well, giggles. We have fun.
Last Friday. Yes.
I will enter an objection on this. The law has changed. As I said, in April of 2025, a new law was passed, an anti-SLAPP law, which would apply to this and therefore would have a completely different standard of evidence, and we would renew our objection to it being admitted or even posted.
That law does not apply to this video or to this case, Judge.
Your Honor, that pertains to matters of public, for the press. It also covers artistic expression and stuff. Just to have no analysis is not an answer to the question. But I will renew it.
Really good objection, and I'll be consistent. Overrule it, we'll play it. You might be right. Overrule it, I think I'm right.
Yeah, so if you would like to see the video, it is funny. Now, again, I might be a real big jerk face and I might not like cry bullies, but look, my heart went out to this woman because obviously this seems to be really bothersome to her. But again, you have two choices. Either, shake it off or find a way to embrace who you are. Your voice is your voice. They'll strike the crying? So that's my only advice to her. And it's very concerning to me that, again, someone so emotionally fragile can have, the ability to take away someone's freedom. Oh, I forgot that it's got I love that Afroman is just bopping to his music. Now, y'all, I don't think Afroman has ever been stressed out in his life, but if he was nervous during this trial, you could not tell. Well, I honestly don't want to give her. Is it still? Oh, for giblets' sake.
We're done. She's still under duress. You're directed not to coach her testimony. We can talk about other matters, but not her direction.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
We'll start at 8:15 tomorrow, and you can have your 15 or so then.
Thank you.
Thank you for good work today, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, and oh, crud. I am a professional in theory, which is always terrifying. Let me. Okay. Oh, he must have. Oh, he did say day 2. Again, it's not like cognition is any better for me. And thank you for the information. Yeah, I'd rather not be bored at 2 all get out. Do. Oh,
This is like first cousin, but it's like also better known maybe in the realm of invading a person's privacy. they both end up causing maybe some kind of harm. But
First cousin? I've never seen law explained as sort of a first cousin relationship. This is the most interesting explanation of law.
go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lisa. We left yesterday afternoon with a video, and that video contained parts of your videotaped deposition from last fall. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You remember giving that video deposition last fall?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where it occurred?
Mr. Osborne's office.
And do you, in the video snippets that we saw yesterday, it appeared somebody was asking you questions at this deposition in Mr. Osborne's office. Who was asking you those questions?
In the deposition.
In the deposition?
As far as the attorneys.
Yes.
Holy shit! How do you not extrapolate what he's trying to ask you? Who was asking you questions? You mean like an attorney? Yes, you're in a deposition. The context was given in the statement prior. Holy crap. These people should not be allowed to have force multipliers or authority. Why are we being ruled by dumb people? Sorry. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of sleep. I might be ADHD and a little bit on the Spielberg spectrum. And I have an acute allergy to stupid, and there is not yet an EpiPen for it.
You were answering some questions, and it looked like you were upset in some.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was asking you the questions?
Mr. Osborne.
And was Mr. Foreman present at that deposition?
Yes, sir.
He saw the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you for the record, I'm afraid. Are you a biological female, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had a sex change operation?
That's right.
How did you feel when you learned that these posts were out there?
Humiliated.
What reaction did you get from the community, if any?
Hollering names of the lieutenant looking low and been called a dyke and, things like that.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You are in a highly male-dominated field, where locker room, I'm guessing if I've seen anything, if Hollywood is any amalgamation of reality, I'm guessing you encountered some locker room talk, and I'm guessing that word has been thrown around. Yes, and while I get pissed off at, low-hanging fruit as comedic fodder, you should have learned, during, I don't know, police academy to either A, kick them back figuratively in the verbal nads, or, embrace the fact that you have a very low register. If you continue to allow people's opinion of you to live rent-free in your head, you're going to be sad for the rest of your life.
Has anyone ever asked you or your family since these posts came out if you've had a sex change operation?
There was a phone call.
Can you tell us about that?
Your Honor, I will object to any hearsay that she would not have heard personally. What her family would have heard, they could be called to testify directly. But anything she testifies in that manner would be hearsay.
Fair enough. Set the foundation better. Sustain.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned a phone call.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive the phone call?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Who did?
My daughter did.
And did your daughter, without telling us what the content was, did your daughter tell you what?
Well, no, the police academy, I'm assuming she had, I mean, I understand female privilege is a thing, and lowering of requirements is a thing to increase, but I do imagine that she did have to go to training of some sort. So when she was at the police school or camp, I don't know.
The content was?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what effect that had on you, hearing what your daughter asked you?
To see that she's going through humiliation and something that she has no control of because of my job, because of the choice I made to be in law enforcement and try to do my job. And now she's being punished, and I'm watching her being punished, and it hurts.
So, Your Honor, my asking this witness the content of the statement would be not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the witness.
Your Honor, we'd
I
ask for
have.
limiting instruction to be given to that effect.
This is like law school 101. Hearsay statements tend to not be reliable because you want the person who made the statement to be in here to tell you what they said. So hearsay objection, true, but she can testify and I'm going to allow her to say how I was impacted by what I heard said. So it's not whether the statement was accurate that we care about.
Sir, no one elected you God's DJ. Quiet. You're supposed to be the mostly silent, judge of legal thought.
It's how she reacted to how it affected her. So that's why you're going to hear what was said, so you can understand the context in which she reacted. Not whether the statement is true, it's the reaction. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So my question will be, what was it that your daughter said this phone call was about?
If I had a sex change,
She got a phone call asking her if you had had a sex change?
yes.
Did these posts that we've seen and talked about have any effect on your job as a deputy sheriff?
Yes, it has.
Tell us how.
I've always been a go-getter, and you know what I mean, as far as like I try to do my best to help people out. I feel like I go out of my way. You know what I mean, and what you're supposed to do as far as doing your job. And then I sit back and try to do the best I can do. And you have people hollering at you, saying things like being a thief, having a sex change, prove I have to have a vagina. I mean, do I have a vagina? And then, you see these images, you see the videos, and it's consistent in my head. I mean, like I was eating his, pardon my language, his wife's pussy, and those kind of things. I don't know how to count because that's all I do is lick pussy. I mean, it's honestly just put me in a dark hole.
Oh, why would you? Oh, ma'am, phrasing. Dear God, it is taking. Tiny baby Jesus, it is the Lenten season. I am trying to be a good person as I gave up nothing this year. Jesus. Look, would you say it put you in a dark box? Straight to hell. God.
I never went to this job
What's in the box? Brad Pitt, where are you?
for this. It's not like somebody cussing you. And you know what I mean? It stops. I've been on calls. I've been cussed. I've had things said to me about my voice that I can't change. But it's never went this far. I've never had to deal with somebody thinking it's hilarious to make videos of me, to throw me on the bed and act as he's having sex with me.
Also, again, look, it's 2026. There's nothing wrong with being a lesbian as far as I'm aware. I didn't know that was the worstest thing you could be, but I happen to know quite a few, and they're awesome people. Awesome. So I did not know that, it was tragic to appreciate women as a lady. And I get that that's a personal insecurity, but you have now let the entire internet that contains 4chan know that you are really bothered by this. So you are going to need to grow a thick skin or stop looking at the internet altogether.
I'm ashamed that his kids had to see that in the courtroom yesterday.
Oh, don't you tone police, for the love of God. Look, I don't generally do this, but get off your moral high ground. Again, I'm ashamed his kids had to see it. How old are his children? Now, uh, there are things that I have again, I will not be taking moral high ground stuff from a police officer who has the moral fortitude or has the, emotional spine or emotional fortitude of wet paper towel. I will not be lectured to by a woman who thinks she is the Rosa Parks of police officers now because someone made fun of her. Grow up, deal with it, move on. You have a husband who presumably loves you. You have a house, you have a family. If the entire internet hates you, you have a real life around you. For the love of goodness, go outside and touch grass. It for if it bothers you to see those things, there are hundreds of gajillions of other channels and you can watch something else. But the minute people know that it bothers you, you have added fuel to the fire.
Lisa, did you ask Mr. Foreman in some way to stop these posts and take them down?
Yes, sir. Through you.
Have they been taken down?
Yes, sir.
The video we saw yesterday, I'm not sure if we made that.
No, I want to know, ma'am, did you go up to him face to face? Oh, no, Crispy Bacon. So we have voted, and look, y'all, I'm not a big channel, but it would be kind of super awesome. So in Mornings with Mo, I put forward the motion that Streisand who, it is now the Afroman effect. I would like that to spread like glitter. I think it would be just a fun way to honor a man who stood up for the First Amendment and, well, thankfully and hopefully remove one more tentacle of Barbara Streisand from pop culture. I made a motion, it was seconded, so I propose that we spread it all around. Streisand who, hashtag Afroman effect. It will be hilarious for me to go viral on Twitter when I can barely work Twitter. As I have more of you in here, if you have followed me on Twitter and I have not followed you back, I am not stuck up and you did not weird me out. It is in fact that I could not work Twitter and I didn't realize that they had this list thing that you could go through and follow people back. So I am going back and doing that to people who are real. The 87 Elon Musks and 1 Chad Kroger and I think 5 Johnny Depps I did not follow back.
Yesterday, the video we saw yesterday at the end of the day, when was that posted?
Last week.
Just last week?
Yeah. Within the weekend. 1 week.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Good night, Dr. Daniel. Thank you, family.
Before I start cross-examination, I want to take a minute.
No.
You know I'm going to have to ask you a lot of hard questions.
Go for it.
At any time during my questions, you want to stop, take a break, you let us know, we're going to give you a break. Okay?
No, we'll decide if we take a break. Thanks for being human. But we got a schedule to get done. I'm watching this, but that's my call, not yours. Thank you.
Again, what in the like this judge is assuming levels of douchery that are only found in John Hughes movies when your dad happens to own the ski lodge. Like, for the love of God, you are not Kevin Spader and this is not 16 Candles. Stow the douche.
All right. So in October of 2022, you were employed with the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was.
You've been an officer for over 21 years?
Yes.
You've not been a school resource officer since 2015?
It's been a few years. I don't know the exact date.
It was before 2022, correct?
Okay.
And when you're out performing your duties, everybody can see you, see what you're doing?
Yes.
Have you testified in this courtroom before?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified in this courtroom in a civil case?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned that while you were out on your job duties before, people have called you derogatory names,
Yes, they have.
and those were members of the public.
Yes.
And some, it's fair to say some of those names were not flattering.
No, no, sir.
You were born with a deep voice?
Yeah, I didn't have no surgery or anything.
I didn't know if it was an accident that caused it.
Ma'am, no. Again, not everything. See, here's the problem, ma'am. You are so entirely sensitive that you have twisted that question. He was basically asking, did you always have a lower register? Did you have very bad strep that affected your vocal cords? Some people develop polyps or, even cancer of the voice box. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that through circumstances beyond your control, you did develop a deeper voice, which would, I imagine, increase your sensitivity to people calling attention to it. For the love of tiny baby Jesus, witnesses on the stand, you were given 2 ears, 1 mouth hole. Shut this, listen carefully to what the law people say, and then answer only the question that was asked. To whatever level of your, area of the Spielberg spectrum you are on, because I get we're all on it on some level. So for the love of Cheetos, 2 ears, 1 mouth, listen to question, answer.
No.
So you went through school with this deep voice?
Sure did.
Picked on by your peers?
Well, yeah.
Fair to say you were called derogatory names by your peers?
I have.
Do you read and believe everything you see on the internet?
No, I don't.
Do you believe everything you see or read the newspaper?
No, I don't.
Confirmed she is an Alex Jones believer. Oh my God! Were you near the pond that was turning the frogs gay? Holy shit, we have a full circle moment. Alex Jones, get on this. Where's Jesse Ventura? He's just asking questions. Holy shit, where was she and Jesse Ventura? Jesse Ventura, you are the father. Holy crap, we have just solved everything. Screw you, Stephen Hawking's. I have figured out the theory of everything. And I did it all without using math.
When you listen to a song, do you believe everything in it?
No.
Wait a minute. Shakira's hips do lie? And Madonna was a virgin at one point? I don't believe either of those two things. Next thing you're going to tell me Hanson isn't real. I refuse to believe it.
Would it be fair to say that songs are either opinions or exaggerations for entertainment?
Yeah, humiliation.
You would agree that everybody's idea of entertainment is not the same?
Obviously.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you. You would agree that there's some songs that use harsh and derogatory language to make their point?
Yes.
You would agree that when someone says or calls someone a dirty defense attorney, that's really not an accusation that they're a dirty person that didn't take a shower. It's more an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Same with crooked cops. It's an opinion. They're not saying they're crooked and like a stick.
It's opinion.
There's a question about false light. Can you tell me what false light means?
As far as I mean, you put me out there, put stuff in there that it's not true. I mean, the humiliation that I've had to go through.
So
Don't cry for her, internet. The truth is, this will never die. What were you thinking? Oh my God. Were you not alive during AOL chat rooms where you got cursed out by a 9-year-old who called you everything but a child of God?
I'm going to have to ask a more difficult question. What specific statements, let's take one time, would put you in a false light? Does calling you Mona Lisa put you in a false light?
I mean, my head's put on her body and, things like that.
But
Does it bother me? Yeah, it bothers me.
It bothers you to be compared to your enigmatic smile to be compared to one of the most stunning beauties of the Renaissance period. Yes, beauty standards were different then, but she was considered to be quite beautiful. And, contrary to other portraits of the time, she had a rather, secretive smile, which put her apart because most of the time it was very straight faced. So you have a problem being compared to classical art. I'm just trying to figure out what offends you because the problem, you take offense. I don't give it. You find it. I wish we would all remember that. Now, that doesn't mean you should go out of your way to be an absolute butt monkey to all of humanity, but that means that I match energies and kindness, being kind to others doesn't mean I'm going to be a doormat to a cry bully.
So you're saying that paints you in a false light?
But it doesn't, it's not like what the rest of the stuff.
So it's different than the others?
Yes, sir.
And is that a private matter in your life?
What do you mean by private matter?
Is it a private matter, whether you have a deep voice or not?
It's not private. I mean, I have a deep voice. I was born this way.
Damn it, ma'am. Now you've got me thinking Lady Gaga and now subsequently Weird Al.
So then am I getting straight then that it's not that it's placing you in a false light because it's the first time you've been questioned about your voice or anything to that effect. It is more the amount of questioning that has been done in the viral nature of it.
It's what was put out there. It was me being called a thief. Me saying that I need to prove I have a vagina. That I eat his wife's pussy.
Again, you know what I would have done as the smartass extraordinaire, that I am? I'd have put up pictures of me at delivery because every woman, no matter what has happened or how many times she's told people around her, no the hell, I don't want to know, nor should anyone ever see that. Someone inevitably takes a picture. I'd have posted that shit. Again, I'm a smartass. I fight fire with fire. And ma'am, you're going to have to find a spine somewhere because life is either going to, make you or break you. You can either be a victim to this or you can use it to make you stronger. And that doesn't mean, but you need to find a way to love your voice. If you can't look at your life objectively and see that you have a husband and a child, a house and a job that seems to, at least when it isn't making you cry, fulfills you, then who the F cares what the internet thinks? Again, you have a husband who married you and was attracted to you, had a child with you with your deep voice. Why the F do you care if anyone else thinks you're a lesbian? And since when has being a lesbian been the worst thing you can be? I don't get it. Objectively do not get it. If it bothers you this much, then you have strategically failed, because you have now let every single asshole on the internet know exactly how much this hurt you. So it's up to you. And I'm not saying this to be a butt monkey, because genuinely, I don't like to see people hurt, even when they are condescending, meddling police officers, because I'm trying to be a better person. So I'm not saying this to be a butt monkey or to be a cold, frosty bitch, but you're going to need to put on your big girl britches and learn to either survive life, chuckle, or buckle. Because you got two choices. You can either take things that are meant to make you fall and, develop the humor to see things that are funny in them, or you can lay down and life kick you in the left tit. Now, I personally like to kick life back in the ass and joke with the Grim Reaper, but and for the love of God, why? Look, I know it is part of my tismy thing. Partly because I have no eyebrows like this chick. Now, I just have to add a little bit of tint, because I know how I look when I'm on camera if I don't tint my eyebrows. It's a small thing, but it softens her face so much. Again, ma'am, if there are things about yourself that bother you, there are things you can do to soften your appearance. If it's really something that bothers you, then take action and change. Life sucks. If you hate yourself, life sucks. It takes work to hate yourself. It takes work to learn to love yourself. You choose your heart in life. You can choose to be validated by the rest of the world and what everyone else thinks, or you can choose to be validated by the people who actually give a shit about you and would show up if you are in the ER. I don't know what else to say other than
and all the other songs that go along with it. That I have to sit up here like I'm weak to my county, and the news be here because I'm mostly a mess because of him.
the only thing you can control in this life is how you react to things. You cannot control Afroman. You cannot control who's going to say whatever they're going to say on the internet. And if you give people this much power over you, then ma'am, your life is always going to be a constant whirlwind of changing priorities and misery.
This may sound stupid, but is being a homosexual a crime in this country?
I'm not having a discussion about crimes. I'm having a discussion about, I'm a female, so that's how I feel about that.
I have to ask these questions then.
Go ahead.
Is being a homosexual in the United States a crime?
No.
Is cross-dressing a crime in the United States?
No.
So it's a fair statement that if I put on a dress, I couldn't be arrested?
No.
No, I could be arrested, yes.
I said no. Good.
You would agree that the song that Mr. Klingler referred to is a song in a music video?
Which song are you talking about?
The one that Mr. Klingler played.
Yes.
You would agree as such, no one would take it seriously because it is a song?
I don't know that. I can't answer for somebody else.
Okay, I'm going to answer for the rest of the free-thinking human world that's actually telling the truth. Am I going to Afroman's musical videos for accurate, analyses of people's sexuality? No. And if you're doing that, please come to the front of the congregation of the Church of Mo and explainarate yourself, because I need to see that logic tree thought out. Again, I'm not telling you what to think, but I do want to understand how you think, and that one is going to confuse me. But again, who the hell is watching Afroman for like life, reality, and guru lessons? No, we're watching him because he makes hysterical videos. If you're taking life truths from Afroman, have you thought about donating to my 100% for-profit charity called Mo's House? Unlike other charities, 100% of the profits go directly to the charity, Mo's House. Now, it is mostly to buy wigs and, well, Sailor Moon crafting supplies, but again, we are the most legitimate and honest charity around. Think about it.
Let's switch gears. You were present for the search of Mr. Foreman's house, correct? Yes. And as part of that search, you guarded some of the perimeter, correct?
Yes.
And you had an assault rifle with you, correct?
Yes.
Body armor, correct?
Yes.
And you were still outside when Mr. Foreman's kids arrived in the car, correct?
Yes.
The kids would have saw you. You talked with Ms. Foreman about them?
I went over and talked to him. Yes, I did. And when she took him home.
You still have your rifle with you?
Did I still have it on me? No. I'm going to lay it down in the yard.
And during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, were you made aware of the security system?
Yes, it was.
Did Randy Walters order you to disconnect it?
Do I need to answer?
Who the hell let Randy in charge of anything? Randy. If you at any time, I am from Indiana. If you at any time have been exposed to Bob and Tom in the Morning, you will get that reference. If you're one of the 5 Hoosiers in here.
This pertains to the search warrant. We're not here on the search warrant, right?
The lawyer's case. You have objection?
I have no objection to your answering that.
Go ahead.
Unless there's some policy I'm not aware of, but I'm not aware of it.
I can put some context into the record for the question.
The question is whether she was directed to. That's the question on the floor.
And I'll re-ask it. Lisa, were you directed to disconnect the security camera footage at Mr. Foreman's residence by Randy Walters?
Yes, sir.
And you did disconnect that?
Yes, sir.
And the security camera system?
Judge, are you opening 27 pounds of Werther's Originals? Marissa, this judge has appointed himself God's DJ, or for some reason just likes to hear himself pontificate. I don't know. I know, and not sharing with the class. Oh, Mr. Mo was in the hospital the day my brother's appendix ruptured. Oh my goodness. Hope Mr. Mo is well. He had if he had his gallbladder removed, I had that done when I was 19. He had his gallbladder removed, but he'd already had his appendix out, so he was more upset that we had brisket that day, and he'd brought home a bunch of leftovers, and the doctor recommended he not eat all of the brisket when he came home without a gallbladder. Husbands.
Was left at the scene.
I'm finding out after later.
And I hope your brother's okay. I know that after things rupture, it can get really iffy, so I hope he got, quick intervention after that.
On that, I wasn't responsible for gathering everything up.
So if someone says you were disconnecting the security camera system, that would be a very true statement.
Yes, there's a difference between disconnecting and destroying someone's property.
And you were not the result of anything that has been posted once in your file at all?
No, sir.
Nothing in relation to the search, nothing in relation to anything posted?
I don't have nothing in my file.
Have you ever been passed over for promotion because of what was said about you?
No.
were you ever interviewed by any of the local newspapers about anything that was said about you?
No, sir, it wasn't.
Did you ever go and ask to be interviewed to tell them your side of the story?
No, sir, because I don't play a role in their media comedy situations that they have. Their false information that they put in the news and this and that and the other, because they only know one side of the story.
The search took place on August of 2022. This lawsuit was filed in 2023. Between the time the search was done and the lawsuit was filed, when did you send a cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman to stop posting things about you?
I didn't. So it went through our attorney and it went to you by email. And you stated that you would take it down.
We'll get there.
I just want to make sure that was all out there too.
So the request was after the lawsuit was filed.
Yes.
And the request was to me.
Yes, it was by email.
And I was the third attorney on this case.
I don't know what we were doing as far as attorney. I do know that you got the email and that you stated you would have it taken down.
And your attorney told you that?
I seen it, the email.
Can you still eat out in the community to go to the Mexican restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Still have peaceful meals?
As long as somebody ain't hollering.
Okay. Also, ma'am, look, I get it. Here, I'm throwing out truth bombs because honestly, legitimately, I don't like people that are upset. I don't want to. As much as I don't approve of her being a heel for the butthole state, I don't want her to live her life in misery, and she does seem to be quite miserable now. Look, ma'am, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a little advice, and it's going to make sense. But my thesis is what you now consider as a Godzilla-sized problem is actually going to be, if you experience it, if you live through it, it's actually going to turn out to be a chameleon-sized problem. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but not as big as you're making it up in your head. And I will give you the perfect example. Look, I have a wonky leg. I got hurt 5 years ago. The injury, I broke my ankle, and the injury morphed into complex regional pain syndrome in my left leg all the way up to my hip. So I went from semi-fluffy, deflating, but very active, trying to work out daily, to being in constant chronic pain. To give you kind of an idea, shorthand, too long, didn't read. My baseline pain level never drops below a 5. A good day, it'll range between 6 and 7. Currently, right now, my left foot feels like it's got high-grade frostbite. So there are different types of CRPS. Some people feel like they're burning on fire. Some people feel freezing cold. And I don't say all this to get sympathy, but to give you an idea, it's hard to walk sometimes. I do have a walker. So it's been a hard learning curve. And one thing that I never wanted to have happen is my body can go into flares where I will start jerking and not have control over my foot. I'm basically immobile without any help, anyone supporting me. And I had built up having a full-on flare, kind of the jerky involuntary motions. They don't hurt. They're noticeable. And if there's one thing, if you have mobility or issues, you don't want to be noticeable, at least when you're first trying to deal with it. So I finally eventually had it happen that I had a full-on flare, kind of the jerky movements, at a big gathering with family and friends. And as I thought back on it, it did suck, but it was like Komodo dragon level suck. So yeah, like bigger suck than a chameleon size problem, like not something I'd want to tangle with willingly daily. But was it Godzilla sized? No. So, yeah, go out and maybe 1 out of 5 people are looking at you and thinking funny thoughts. But you know what the rest of the people are? The rest of the people are trying to get the hell out of Walmart because we're not people. The truth is, if it's gonna make you feel better, you are not that important. People do not care about you that much, and no one is effing paying attention to you as much as you think they are. No one cares that deeply about you in the grand scheme of things that they are that worried. That's the only advice I have left to get you. Who is Y'all can get nowhere near the GD mic, but if you are unwrapping a little Debbie on the down low, crinkle, eh, whoever is unwrapping your snacky snacks, you must not have A, dogs, or B, children, because you don't understand subtle.
Do you have any other family that's in law enforcement? Yes, we did. Your father? My grandfather.
Holly Mack, the too long didn't read very short elevator pitch of this trial is that the police, through a confidential informant, were given information that Afroman, yes, Afroman, was hiding a trafficking victim in his basement in his house. So they got a search warrant to search his house. Now, upon entering his home, busting through a door, and realizing there was no basement, they continued to look through his home. Then they ended up seizing some money, and there was less money returned than what was shown on the evidence bag. 1 second. Then, Afroman, being an artist, he decided to he decided to start making fun of him. So he has alternately made up juvenile nicknames and hurty words to, well, break the feelings of these officers. So there are 7 deputies that attempted to sue Afroman for not only reputational damage, but hurt fees. Now, this is a replay, so Afroman was found not guilty. Now, there was a charge where Afroman alleged that one of the officers uh, was a PDF. That was the only charge where I thought that it might have crossed the line into actual defamation, but the jury did not agree. Now, the judge in this case is very, very biased toward the plaintiff and goes out of his way to definitely put his hand on the scale of justice. Um, it's an interesting trial because it's so freaking hilarious. But I do feel bad for this officer who definitely has allowed what people think about her to live rent free in her head.
Do you grow up seeing him do his job? I knew about him doing his job when he looked close. There was some talk about a video and some deposition. Were you in a sheriff's department uniform with a badge and your name and everything on it during that deposition? I don't remember what I had on there in that deposition. I may have had fully one that said my name on it. So if I said you had a black polo that had a badge in your name, it's possible. that is something that's issued for you.
And thank you, Squad Bob, for the gifted membership. And that went to Side Eye Jess. Welcome to the Church of Mo. We have dark chocolate sarcasm and, well, logic. It sets us apart from the normies. Squad Bob, thank you so much for your continued support. I appreciate it so much.
You guys to wear by the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that's like the non-road uniform?
I mean, I do different things as far as investigation work.
I have to ask this question. You've been called a dyke, correct?
Multiple times.
And you were called that in high school also, correct?
I wasn't called a dyke in high school.
X to doubt. Look, if there is one thing I know reliably about middle school and high school girls is that they are emotional jihadis, and they are kind of no way in hell that you had. No, I'm not saying aura. Thank you, youngest most feral. Okay, fine. What was the unpolitically correct word for what you were called back then? Because middle school girls are bastions of compassion, and they get better at high school. Ma'am, I remind you, you are under oath. And look, you are allowed to lie to the federal government in my world. Look, both the government and I know that I am not 125 pounds and that my hair is subject to change at whim. Now, since neither of those options are available, and, well, let's be real. No one tells the truth on their driver's license about their weight unless you are super proud of getting to like your goal weight after years.
Just a couple things. So the deposition was in August of 25, correct?
I don't remember the exact date, but
Was it in early 2025 or late 2025?
late.
So it would have been after April of 2025?
Yes.
And the video that Mr. Klingler referred to in those posts would have occurred after April of 2025?
Which post video are you talking about?
Good point. Let me strike that question and rephrase. Mr. Klingler referred to a video that was played yesterday, and he referred to it today.
Mhm.
And he asked you when that video was published or played. So was that after April of 2025?
Which I'm not sure which video you're talking about. There was more than one displayed.
The last one yesterday, the fine. Try that. It would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 34. It was the last thing played yesterday. Was that seen by you after April 2025?
Yes, sir, it was.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment. Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
I don't know what a moment means, so if you want to go fast, I'll let.
Again, sir, must I remind you that you are not in a John Hughes movie? You are not Kevin Spader, so you need to dial back the, level of 11 you are on your douche-o-meter, okay?
Mr. Klingler have his redirect. Like, I got a lot of work to
Sweetheart, you see I'm on
do
the
to get your
screen.
case done.
Excuse me?
Taking 5-minute breaks to talk to clients is always hard for me. So,
Judge, I have no redirect at this
okay,
point.
so if you want like a moment, 1 minute, we talked about this yesterday, but the purpose for prompting everybody. Go ahead. Next plaintiff.
Plaintiff's called Justin.
Okay, you guys, we are going to continue on day 2 tomorrow. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and everyone who redirected, and those of you who are new here and gave me a chance, because, you know, I appreciate you giving me a chance. I do have you redirected to go to Megan Fox after me, but I do need to pace myself, which is the sucky. Young man, what do you say? But one day, one day. You know, some days you wonder if they're listening to any of those manners, and you're pretty sure it's nope. Anywho, so thank you all so much for hanging out on the Petty Express. This has been an awesome, awesome trial. After the Uvalde into the Canero into the Corey Richens trial, I am glad to kind of have a trial where the good guy won against Goliath, and have a trial that's not so serious before we get into the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. Now, shameless grifting, on Saturday, I will be having a ramen of regret wheel. I have found the grossest ramen known to man, crimes against food humanity. I don't drink, but you guys were such a loving and wonderful source of support, and I just figured it would be fun to have. Excuse me. It would be fun to have a silly stream. Excuse me. Good night. Breathe, drink, then talk. It would be great to have a kind of silly stream. Now, on Sunday, we will be shifting gears entirely. Although I probably will be switching this, given the subject matter. So, in true, oh gosh, not Gene Roddenberry. I'm having a brain fart. In true Willy Wonka fashion, I will probably be reversing this. So Sunday will probably be the ramen of regret, because Saturday, for those of you who are new here, I lost my first husband and my girls were quite young. And I figured, since Corey has turned out to be, well, a swamp donkey of a human being, I was going to give you a bit of a story time and a question and answer stream that I would be making into a shortish video, and kind of ask me anything stream about how I talked to my kiddos about grief, what I wish I had changed, what advice I would give people. I don't, like I said, I'm not Jesus or Oprah, but thank you, co-host. But the one thing that I was really kind of ticked at about Corey, among the many dumpster human things she did, was there really aren't a lot of books, if you're a mom, if you're a dad, aunt, uncle, to try to explain to kids what is essentially beyond confusing, and there are no words to really kind of encapsulate as an adult. And the one good thing I thought when I first heard about Corey, before everything came out, was, oh, good. You know, because past Mo would have really loved a book that maybe made it easier. And while I'm not one to write, because I am a grammar and spelling outlaw till I die, I figure, you know, if someone needs my video in the future, because it's not something that maybe you can always ask, if what I've walked through can help someone, you know, somewhere in the future, or any of you guys, if you're walking through something, I really believe that sometimes we walk through hard stuff so that we can help people who are in the same sucktastic club that no one wants to be in, because no one wants to be in the grief club. It sucks donkey. If you ask my personal, again, reasons I can't write a book. These are my analogies. So I can kind of give you guys walk through, what I did do, what I think I did well, what I wish I would have done better, and I can answer questions. Now, the only caveats I put on, the ask me anything is that I'll only be talking about kind of my personal story. Um, as far as, my girls and things like that, I won't be getting into that because their story to tell, but anything else, ask me anything. Kind of an open book. But there you have it. So we will probably be striking and reversing the order. I do have to make a thumbnail, but those are the plans. And if you do need a place to hang out in the morning before trials, I have mornings with Mo at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Uh, every day or every weekday, about an hour. I give you the headlines that you need. I don't Look, y'all, I'm a Lewis Blackian. I think Democrats suck and Republicans blow. So I give you the headlines that you need, not the politics you don't. Um, and the true crime cases that might turn into the trials that we are going to be watching in the future, and the absurd stories that make you scratch your head and wonder, what in the Walmart rapture is this timeline? So if you need a fun place to hang out in the morning before trials, give Mornings with Mo a chance. And if you are on X, swing on over to YouTube. Put something in the chat, put something in comments. Not that I don't love having you over on X, but I will probably be transitioning over to focusing more on YouTube and Rumble, but I don't want to do it, without warning. So by next week, I will probably be focusing more on YouTube and Rumble and definitely promoting and giving out the link on X, but trying to I'm just not good at the Twitter. I StreamYard class action lawsuit. Y'all are charging StreamYard. All right, I am going to go because apparently the gods of StreamYard are mad at me. I will send you off to Megan Fox. Thank you for staying, even though technical difficulties. And my co-host says goodbye. Bye, you guys.